Order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember File.
Present.
Mayor Herbig.
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Here.
Councilmember Kugler.
Here.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Councilmember Baker. And it looks like Deputy Mayor O'Kane has been excused.
Yeah, she's excused. Would you all please stand and join me in the flag salute? Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there's any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Seeing no objection, the agenda stands approved. Next, we have a presentation on the Working Families Tax Credit from the Department of Revenue, presented by Assistant to the City Manager, Garrett Oppenheim, Outreach and Community Partnerships Manager, Perla Gamboa, and Western Washington Outreach Specialist, Aminta Spencer.
Perla, if you can hear us online, sorry, Garrett, 1 second. Perla, if you can hear us online, please accept the promotion to panelist.
Good evening, everyone. The Working Families Tax Credit's going live in 2023, and here virtually to tell us more about it are Perla Gamboa and Aminta Spencer from the Department of Revenue, the Working Families Tax Credit Division. So I will hand the podium over to them. I think we're having technical issues, so it'll be just a moment.
Perla.
Good evening.
Good evening, we can hear you now.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. It took a little while to join again as panelist. My name is Perla Gamboa, and I'm with the Washington State Department of Revenue. I am the Outreach Community and Partnerships, and I'm working for the Working Families Tax Credit new program in our state of Washington. I believe we have provided to you the slides for this presentation. And so I think that you have received those, and I'm just gonna walk through the slides for a very short presentation of our program. So the Working Families Tax Credit program is a new tax credit for low to moderate income families and individuals. It was passed and funded last year in House Bill 1297. This program will provide payments to individuals and families based on their income level and the number of children that qualify, if any. This year, the remaining of 2022, we are working on making sure that all communities in our state know about these new programs, that they can take advantage and apply beginning next year. We are going to be accepting applications February 1st, 2023. May I go to the next slide, please? So who qualifies for this program? First of all, people will need to have filed a federal income tax return. People to apply for this program, working families, can either do that when they file their federal tax return with a social security number, or for our immigrant communities that file taxes using an individual taxpayer identification number, or ITIN. This program is also available for them. Applicants need to be qualified for the federal income tax credit. There's also a requirement to live in the state of Washington, to have lived in the previous year for a bit over 6 months. That is 183 days. And if applicants do not have qualifying children, there's an age requirement between 25 and 65 years of age. But if there is or there are qualifying children, then the age requirement doesn't apply. Next, please. So as I mentioned, we are accepting applications beginning February 2023, and there are going to be 3 options for community members to apply. We're going to have the option to apply online, and this is our website, workingfamiliescredit.ვა.gov. We have the website in English and Spanish for now, and people will be able to apply online in both languages. As I mentioned, this credit is also available for immigrant communities. The second way that people can apply is just paper applications. We will have those available in all of our DOR local offices, also to be downloaded from our website, and those can be will be available in 11 other languages. And the third way to apply, and we think that this is going to be where we'll get most applicants, is when we go do our federal taxes with just one of the tax preparers, like a HR Block or TurboTax, but also the local tax preparers and those like VIII sites that are free to community members. We are going to have our application for working families as part of their software. So let's say I go file my federal tax return. If I qualify, they will tell me, oh, it seems like you also qualify for the Washington State working families. Would you like to apply? And so we're trying to make it easy for people to do their application at the same time that they file their federal taxes. Go to next, please. And so our outreach team is composed of 4 people. And I'll tell you a little bit about that, but here is our website again, workingfamiliescredit.ვა.gov. There is an eligibility checker, just some simple questions that people can answer to see if they would qualify, and so that they can make an informed decision if they decide to send an application. We also have a partner toolkit that has some graphics for social media, flyers, posters, some infographics. This may be something that council members may want to use, especially if you send newsletters to your communities. For example, there are some sample materials here that you may be able to use, and we would really appreciate if you could help us spread the word about the program. On the website, there's also a way to sign up for updates and to request a speaker for any meetings with community members. We also have a media campaign going on, and this is through one of our vendors. So we will have some advertising throughout the state on TV. We're also partnering with community-based organizations because, of course, these organizations are the experts in the different communities that we're trying to reach out to. And so the veteran communities, for example, there are some organizations that provide services to them. Also, some other families or individuals that may be receiving some types of benefits will likely be also eligible for the working families tax credit. We're right now in the middle of forming our outreach advisory committee, and the information will be on the website. And this is a committee with community members so that we can keep hearing and making sure that we include those voices, community voices, in any decisions that we make about the program. And finally, we are working with 37 community organizations that have been awarded our grants and are going to be working on different areas in the state to promote the program. This week, we will have that list of 37 organizations on our website, and I believe there's at least a couple that are that work in your area, so that will be a great way to partner with them to spread the word among the communities that you serve. Next, please. this is our team. And so my colleague, I don't believe she was able to join us today, Aminta Spencer, and you have here her phone number and her email, covers the western area of the state. So please feel free to reach out to Aminta or to myself if there are any opportunities for us to come visit some other organizations in your community or do a presentation. Next, please. This is our information. We have our email, and again, our website. We are looking for any feedback that that you can provide, and just making sure that lots and lots of community members apply to the credit and can benefit from this refund. It's money back to the pockets of the families and just individuals that may use this refund. I don't think that the slide that had the information about the salary thresholds got into these slides, but there is a threshold for income. As I mentioned, this program is for low to moderate income families, and the amount of money that people will receive depends on that and on the number of children, if any, in any family. So that's my short presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions? Okay, I'm not saying any. Councilmember Baker?
Not so much a question as a request. Can we make sure that the communities around us are aware of this program, especially the manufactured housing communities? Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And please
No,
reach out.
Yeah, no, and we'll do our best to get the word out on this also. So thank
Wonderful.
You so much.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is public comment. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We'll hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our virtual guests. If you're online, please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi-judicial matters, and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We currently have 13 on-site people signed up to speak at this time. Please line up behind the podium when you hear your name called, and we'll take them in the following order. I'll give you the first few. Peter Lance, John Peoples, Wayne Fu, and Art Vala. Go ahead, Mr. Lance.
My name is Peter Lance. I live in Kenmore, Washington. I'm a graduate of the University of Washington, economics degree, and have a graduate degree in master's of business, real estate and construction management, and had a career in home building, land development. It's kind of germane to the subject of the missing middle. Your problem that we're going to have here is the city council's priorities here for 2021 and 2022. The very first one is increase and preserve the options for affordable housing stock. The plan that you're now putting forward to have duplexes and triplexes is going to effectively blow up the value of the land underlying the existing single family residences. The first properties that any developer is going to look for to redevelop into a duplex or a triplex will be the one with an insignificant or less significant affordable house on it that can be raised, bulldozed, scraped aside. And so an attractive, more expensive duplex or triplex will replace it. This is going to eliminate your affordable housing stock. And you couldn't really destroy your affordable housing stock much faster than to take all of your inexpensive houses and make the land now developable for triplexes. I was a developer. I had a property with 7 lots. Who bulldozed a house? It was a functional living unit. And it was just worth our while to say goodbye to the home and create 7 lots and sell those off. And we absolutely eliminated a piece of affordable housing. So as these values go up, you're going to have a real problem also. This is as people are trying to bid on affordable housing stock, what little's left, the fact that you have a duplex or triplex zoning under it is going to increase the value of the lot, even if it doesn't get immediately developed. People will no longer be able to afford these less valuable homes because you made the bloody land under it so valuable that they're going to get bid up. They'll become speculative properties, and you're going to lose everything you're trying to protect here with this approach. I would strongly encourage you to read the letter I sent to the mayor. I went into more detail, and I'm also available for a telephone conversation if you don't understand the point I'm getting at. But I think you're going to destroy and not accomplish what you really want to accomplish, rezoning and making duplexes and triplexes out of your affordable housing stock. I wish you well with the project. Your goals are admirable, but you're not going to get there this way. Thank you.
John Peoples, Kenmore. Good evening, Kenmore City Council and Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to address you this tonight. I sincerely hope you're all doing well on this brilliant fall day. And allow me to be the first to wish you a happy Columbus Day. I also invite you to reflect with gratitude on the positive things Christopher Columbus's enterprising spirit brought to the world commerce and cultural exchange. Next month, we will have the opportunity to give thanks to God for all the many blessings we have as Americans. In the meantime, I once again ask that you remove from the city's municipal website the racist propaganda piece called the white supremacy pyramid. There is no justification for this city-sponsored racism. Its sole purpose is to smear and denigrate a whole group of people based only on the color of their skin. The DIENA propaganda you unwisely endorsed at last week's special meeting contained several cases of misinformation. It pushes a one-sided agenda that seeks not to find common ground, but to divide us by outward appearance. There is simply no excuse for this divisive rhetoric and propaganda. Please do the decent thing and remove it. There would be no harm to you or any staff member by removing it. It causes harm and embarrassment for being on our city's website. In the meantime, I will keep tabs on the DIE task force or committee and ensure that my voice is heard. I left a copy of the first revision of my Diamond of Civic Health with Michelle over there. I'm looking forward to you taking a look at it. Lastly, I am really looking forward to finding out what these interns do with the Civics 101 with the Twilight Zone theme, with the Kenmore Zone. Rod Serling's original Twilight Zone was brilliant and searing social commentary, but aimed at society as a whole, not on any one person or group of people. People watched the show and they got to choose whether or not they would behave in the manner that was being ridiculed. I ask that you have fun with it and not push the recent CRT or woke jabs at any one particular group of people. Thank you and good night.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne, who Kenmore citizen for 33 years. In October 2019, the council invited a panel discussion, which includes planner, architects, engineer, developers, and some legal expert of the property. And the key things they point out repeatedly is big word, go big, don't go small. And I flipped through, I spent $45. When I don't like something, I like to study it. And also on the day of presentation 3 weeks ago by the Perla, all those successful example, even those some present, some are very high density area, they all have one thing in common. They have back alley, okay? They are either acre lot or close to acre lot or back alley. That's the key component for the success. That's the reason I oppose the zoning change to RM from R6. It's going to be a failure. I urge the council, you don't have to be an engineer to do that. To sketch it out in scale, you find out the only access to the back of the lot is from the frontage, and which would take away a lot of hard surface, the impervious surface, and which leave no yard for any house built in that site. A house with no yard would discourage long-term occupancy and long-term ownership and increase divorce rate because it'll add on the stress of the parents who have young kids. They have no yard to play. And for parking, the garage is needed. And if you have outdoor parking and no yard, you create a perfect recipe for the out-of-state investor and foreign investor. They like it. They like it that way because it's very low maintenance for them. And you're going to create a community full of rental housing. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is Art Vala, live in Kenmore, retired. Here to talk about the R6 to multifamily zoning changes. And my concern is opposite that of Peter Lance, in that I worry about houses that are located adjacent to a piece of property that is developed into duplexes or triplexes. The adjacent homes, while the property may rise in value, the houses themselves will decrease substantially in value. People don't want to live in high density developments. If I wanted to live in high density development, I would have bought in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood. I don't. That's why I bought a single family residence in Kenmore. And really hate to see that go the way of what's happening right now in Kirkland. If you just drive down Juanita Drive, go over the hill, take a look at what's happening to the lands in those areas where Kirkland has adopted this increased zoning to allow triplexes, duplexes in what were normally single family residence homes, areas, neighborhoods. It hasn't turned out very well. So questions I have are, people, especially lower income people, drive automobiles too. And in fact, they generally have more automobiles than more wealthy people. I worry about people not having parking areas ending up having on-street parking going wild. Impacts on infrastructure. As we know, PSE is raising their rates more than 20% for the upcoming year. And one of the reasons they give for that is because of higher density needing more services. And what effect will this have on existing neighborhood covenants? In our neighborhood, we have a covenant describes the minimum lot size of homes, and whether or not they can be used as rentals, that kind of thing. And will this change in zoning have an impact on our neighborhood covenants? Or will the neighborhood covenants supersede whatever you come up with as a zoning change? So thank you for listening. Hope you'll take my concerns into consideration. Thank you.
Next up, Patrick O'Brien, Laura Lotta. I apologize if I get your name wrong. Mariana Nipschild, John Angela, and Lorraine Volpe.
Hi, Pat O'Brien here. I live in Kenmore. I'd like you to know that Wayne Fu is an expert in developments all over the world. He has literally areas bigger than the city of Seattle in his development portfolio. This guy is truly a genius, and you ought to hire him for consulting because he knows what he's talking about. And we here are not worthy almost to get his expert advice. He's that good. So my hat's off to Wayne for showing up. Thank you. I sent in some video today and video and pictures of the asphalt plant that was kicking 3 times this morning, and it was unbreathable. And it's multiple times this has happened. I've submitted pictures to all the council members and the staff, and I have not had one return email saying, we got your stuff, we're working on it. Silence, nothing. I can send you pictures of somebody stabbing somebody, and what would happen? No response. I don't know why that is. Why don't we respond to somebody that's trying to submit something to the city that's of value, and it's an observation and it's actionable? So I don't get that. So I understand that the nose of Kenmore is Bridget Baker still, and that's good. She's trained, she's certified, but it's very difficult to get her to come out and look at these things. And I've sent her the email as well. The meeting notification you get, I noticed that it's no longer got a link in blue to the link. I'd like to see that resume. We need to be able to write to the people during these meetings and submit things on commentary, like the comments before we heard before this. We heard this tax abatement thing, but I'd like to know where the money came from. It seemed to have a cutoff at 65. I'm 67. I'm like, well, what about people that are older? So there's no interplay with those people. We're in a recession. This is no time to raise taxes. Interest rates are high and gas is going to go higher. City needs a website at the asphalt plant at all times. We need to have cameras on the boat launch and the bridge. People during the summer are going to go, should I go launch my boat? Well, if there's a line clear across the bridge, then no, that's not a good time. So we can do that. So I thank you for your time, and I really think it's time we take action as a city against the asphalt plant, because they're absolutely acting in a criminal manner, and you have power that you have not exercised.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Hi, my name is Laura Ɂ'ax. I'm here to talk with you about sidewalks around Morelands Elementary School. Hopefully you remember hearing from me a couple of weeks ago, and I've sent you some emails. So I'm just here with some updated information. I got some questions from some of you about where the sidewalks that the Morelands community is concerned about fall specifically in the city's list of priorities. So I have provided a map to the Deputy city clerk and that she is going to email out to all of you. So I am not an engineer or particularly good with directions. Please run my map past your city engineer and make sure I've gotten it correct. But I think it does show pretty well where the various sidewalk segments around Morelands Elementary School fall in the priority of the city's sidewalk plan. And a couple of things I want to just mention that I hope you'll keep in mind when you take a look at the map. The first one is that the two streets that we're primarily concerned about, which is 81st Avenue Northeast and 84th Avenue Northeast, those two streets are heavily trafficked by elementary school children walking to school. And while there are some segments along those roads that are higher in priority, some of them are as low as priority 67 or 68. So even if we get portions of the sidewalk built relatively soon, we're looking at years upon years upon years before we have truly walkable walkways in the area where the elementary school kids are heading to school. So please take a look at that. And I hope you'll consider increasing the priority of Morelands sidewalks. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mariana Inchild. I'm a Kenmore resident, just in the area of Morelands Elementary as well. I'm also here to voice my concern about the sidewalks. I've been walking my kids to school for 6 years now, and I know that there are some spots that are really not safe for kids, especially if they're walking by themselves. So I just like to voice my concern and the importance of the sidewalks being built towards the school. That's all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Bye.
Hi, my name is Mayor, council members. My name is John Andrella. I'm lived in the city of Kenmore for 33 years. And I would like to speak about the missing middle housing code amendments. Interestingly, I have 3 points. The first one deals with sidewalks. I walk for exercise almost every day throughout many of the streets here in residential areas. We need sidewalks throughout Kenmore, not more density without the infrastructure. And I'm concerned that your current consideration for the code amendments doesn't address this. If you add more people and cars with that, by adding duplexes and triplexes, obviously you increase the traffic volume, you decrease pedestrian safety. You'll do this by design. You will be responsible for setting up this design. The data such as, my second point is about the data, like housing example sizes that are shown in your own consultant's material that are attached to notes. I feel these are quite misleading. Do you know how many 4,000 square feet houses there are in the city of Kenmore? It's knowable information. That's the average existing house size that you've started with. The drawings in those attachments show duplexes and triplexes about half that size. This is just laughable. When you take a 2,750 square foot triplex, divide it into thirds for living spaces, do you know how much each one of those costs? Also is knowable information. What happened to the other first ring municipalities that have done this? Did these end up as rentals or owner occupied? I live in just about the largest house in my neighborhood on my block. My house is only about 2,500 square feet. The solution to your own goals stated about climate change and racial equity, I don't think it's in supplying the Band-Aid of cheap housing. It's just questionable that the missing middle revisions actually lower the costs. The solution is a lot more complex, and it includes education level, job opportunities, lots of other factors on the earnings side. Finally, in the first attachment, your summary of proposed changes, it does indicate that creating missing middle housing is one tool to solve climate change and provide racial and social equity. What are the other tools? Have you done a cost benefit analysis on any of these other items? Could we learn this information, please? So in light of this missing and the misleading information that you seem to be working with and shown in your own attachments, I'm asking you to not implement the housing code revisions on such a large scale. Just the impact is unknown. Please restrict the code revisions to a smaller area, perhaps close into the retail core or mass transit. And then let's study and measure the results and ensure that it actually meets the goals that you've set
Thank you,
out.
Mr. Andrilla.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Volpe, and I am a resident of Kenmore. And basically, I just wanted to talk about being dismayed and my impression that from the previous meeting, that the council's mind was already made up on the rezoning, even though you are or having, public speaking or, public comments. But I was just dismayed that when there was a motion to delay the vote, that it was struck down. And so you voted not to delay or take a pause when the overwhelming majority of citizens were clearly against this rezoning actions. So as a council member who's elected to represent the citizens of Kenmore, clearly you're saying that our voices don't matter, and that my impression, and I could be wrong, but my impression is that the council is going to do exactly what it intends to do without considering the majority of the citizens. And so that is my concern of being here tonight. I just feel that such a drastic change in zoning laws needs to be put before a vote to the citizens, and a decision that will change 70% of the zoning in this city shouldn't be made by just the council. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Volpe. Christian Andrilla, John King, David Hollander, Andre Gifford, and Nicholas Bykoff.
My name is Christian Andrilla, and I am a resident of Kenmore. And I wanted to get up here to let you know from my perspective. I'm 28 years old. I've lived in Kenmore almost my entire life. And I want you to know that I come from a generation of residents of Kenmore and surrounding cities that has really lost its faith in politics. The truth is, I begged my peers to come to this meeting tonight. You know how many of them are here? None. Young people don't care about this sort of thing because we don't feel like we have any sort of say in it. We don't feel like you're going to listen to our opinion. And quite frankly, it doesn't seem that way. To me, this is not any sort of political issue. This is a common sense issue. How many people have got up here and voiced their opinion opposed to this? I would urge the city council to try and remove your personal biases from it, your own agendas, whatever it is that's making you think this is the right thing, and look at it. Take a step back and look at it, and you'll see this is absurd to move ahead with this at this point. I think you got an opportunity here to be remembered as civil servants who are reasonable and who are responsive, who listen to the citizens. Or you also have the opportunity to move ahead and, be remembered as tyrannical. This is just, I can't even believe that there's been 3 meetings about this and that it hasn't been moved back to the drawing board after the first city council meeting where you had the special meeting. So thank you.
Good evening, council, city manager, and mayor. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to let me speak here. My name is John King, resident of Kenmore for over 7 years. I'm here tonight to talk about the missing middle, but just want to reiterate, it's not about the missing middle. It's about rezoning large portions of the city I love. And also, you guys have a great task that's been put before you for handling the population growth out there. And, reading over the last week about some of these things, you have RCWs to balance, Vision 2050, countywide planning policies, and also creating your own policy to live by. As you've heard fellow residents say, we just want to be part and we want our voice heard. Reading through your website, I don't see why there's the big push to vote on this this month. When you read through your website, it says June of next year it has to be updated. So I'm not sure where the pressure of that is coming from. Also, I just want to remind everybody that these policies are governed by the RCWs, not written policies. I was looking through some of the pushed or agreed to, I don't know how they are, but we're agreeing to 3,070 new houses by 2024. Unlike our neighbors next door, they only agreed to 870. So I'm curious why we have the disparity of their agreeing to so many more houses than they did. So I just ask you to slow down and not do this in a blanket way, but engage us as citizens in this. In reading through the RCWs that we're all governed by, I wanted to read off portions of RCW 3678.140. Each county and city, that includes us, that is required to choose a plan under RCW 3670A040 shall establish a broadly disseminated public participation program. Again, a public participation program. I don't feel like we've had that. I'm curious where the written policy, written program is. Right now, it seems to be fast and furious. The procedures shall be a broad dissemination of proposals, alternatives. Again, this RCW says alternatives. Where are all the alternatives? So right here, we're not following state law, RCWs. Please read this RCW about including and engaging its citizens. I would continue on here. Enacting legislation in response to the board's decision pursuant 3678 through declaring part of this comprehensive plan or development regulation invalid. The county or city shall provide public participation that is appropriate and effective under circumstances. So right now, your public is saying this has not been public participation and we don't feel like it's been, you're hearing us. Thank you for your time and appreciate the open mic.
Hi, my name is Dave Hollander. I live here in Kenmore. Thank you for agreeing to listen to comments again on the topic of the missing middle housing proposal. I'd like to specifically thank Councilmember File for sitting down with me and another citizen just earlier this evening. We do really appreciate your extra time. There's no arguing that availability of attainable housing is a situation that is deserving of attention and action. And I'm proud that our city is looking at how best to do its part in addressing equitable access to housing for all. So thank you for leading the charge. From what I understand, the proposed regulations are meant to support a 20-year vision for our city. And though it's intended as a long-term solution, it calls for an immediate rezoning of a significant portion of Kenmore. I originally heard 70%, but it sounds like it might be 50, 60%. Let's call it half. Since we're talking about the long-term health of our community, this whole situation got me thinking of an analogy. What if I visited my doctor and she told me, look, there's an epidemic. In order for you to avoid this epidemic, we may need to alter 50% of your body composition over the next 20 years. We need to map out a course of treatment to protect you and to set you up so you can be as healthy as you can be over that time. Standing pat is not an option. There's good news though. There's medicine that might help. There are other possible treatments out there, but she thinks this is the way to go. She offers two prescription options. The first option is to take all of the medicine now, enough medicine to alter 50% of my body composition in one fell swoop. She thinks the medicine might help, but she's not sure. There may be unintended consequences or side effects, and the risk of those might increase when taken all at once. Or she says, I could just take a small portion of the medicine now, and the rest of the treatment schedule over the next 20 years would depend on a lot of factors. How does my body respond to the medicine? Is it working? Is it not working? Is it working, but is it causing too many other side effects or too harsh? What do we continue to learn about the medicine? What do we continue to learn about the epidemic? How does it change with time? Are there other treatment options that come up? So to those members of the council in favor of the proposal, I ask you to ask yourself, are you 100% certain that the regulations up for consideration are the best treatment plan for our city? That a radical change to the composition of this city is the only way forward? That the parade of citizens and neighbors who have come before this council to express their concern has not shaken your confidence or conviction? That you believe without a shadow of a doubt that this is the path, despite the overwhelming feedback from an alarming percentage of your constituents, the very people you represent, telling you that they strongly disagree with the approach. If you have any doubt in your head or your heart whether this is the right and only path forward, I ask you to vote no and to send this proposal back to committee for further consideration so we can find another way to create attainable housing in our city and then put that to a vote to your citizens. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, Andre Gifford, Uplake Neighborhood. Once again, many of the sentiments I feel already been pretty adequately expressed tonight, but I feel that you really need to hear this. I'm astounded by this whole thing on the middle housing. Apart from perhaps a couple council members here, it seems like you're all very much in favor of this despite the will of the city. And in no way is this going to meet the objectives or the goals of the middle housing by creating these triplexes and duplexes. It's just not going to happen. People are not going to be able to afford those on those targeted incomes that you're looking at. And very specifically as well, I know I speak for many, that we just simply do not want to have multi-level family in our neighborhoods. There's ample space within the city of Kenmore to be able to build housing in the city of Kenmore. But you know what? The solution for that is not duplexes and triplexes. I'm sorry, but it's just an expensive place to live. We're very close to the lake, and the only way you can achieve that goal is through condos. And so I'm sorry for people who can't afford to buy their own home. But the answer for these middle income people you're trying to reach, it's not duplexes and triplexes, it's condominiums within our corridor down here. And so please, I urge you to put this before the people, make it a vote, don't make this decision. It's simply, it's not fair to the residents. And I don't feel like you're listening. I don't enjoy being here. I don't enjoy the sound of my own voice. I know this is frustrating for all of you to hear, but I mean, honestly here, let's be reasonable about this. I just don't see this in any way accomplishing what it is you're trying to accomplish through this middle housing initiative. Stuff is still simply going to be too expensive, and I do not want to have my neighborhood ruined as a result of this. And I honestly, truly feel that is absolutely going to be the end result of this. So thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Antoli Bykov, a resident of Kenmore for like roughly 2 to 4 years. Here's from what I've noticed of how the residential 6 zoning works. It's mostly strictly to those houses, which can be a pretty big issue because that only encourages putting a lot of houses in one place, causing a huge amount of population, which is also going to create another issue being in rising prices and perhaps a lot more other issues. What I'm noticing is it's just it's too extreme in a way. So I'm thinking like maybe it requires like schools, police like police stations, fire stations, and they allow and potentially allowing small businesses to exist there. But of course, but that also needs to address the other issue, which is of course, what other people have stated, sudden change, which can be really bad in some cases, like a lot of instability with the ecosystem and environments. And well, I'm pretty sure a lot of people, other people have mentioned it too. But yeah, as for how the roads are and how the houses are suggested, they're not meant for a car, but yet practically density them away from the city requires a car, which is also not exactly ideal, unless you're going to have other facilities or businesses or stations there that allow transportation, or having like a way to get to somewhere close by within a walk's distance within that area. So it just makes me think that currently as it is, it's not incompatible. Which is an issue because if something's incompatible, trying to place into something that nothing is going to come from it until it's like properly made and but slow but surely. But yeah, I guess that's how I think. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byko. Mayor, at this time, there are no more individuals signed up for on-site public comment. Can we move on to virtual public comment? Thank you. Virtual guests, if you would like to give public comment, please use the raise hand function on Zoom at this time. I currently have 6 hands raised and we will take them in this order. Phyllis Finley, Matt Wyatt, Tracy Banishinsky, Wendy Weicker, Stacy Valenzuela, and Chris. Please provide your last name for, thank you.
I'm Phyllis Finley Kenmore. I continue to be dismayed about the proposal to upzone almost the entire city of Kenmore. I vacillate. I'm not sure what to think. Is it naivete, arrogance, ignorance, indifference to the will of the people you represent, or misguided advice that would impel the council to actually continue to seriously consider a step that will have forever consequences for the residents of Kenmore, many negative, many unintended. If enacted, this rezone, as you have to know by now, will actually reduce the number of affordable housing units in Kenmore. The owner of an old, small, affordable home will not invest in that home. They'll be in some ways forced to update to the highest and best use of that property, which will be more expensive multifamily units. You only need to drive in Ballard on Market Street between 8th Northwest and 15th Northwest to see for yourself the little, small, old brick homes that are no longer. If enacted, this rezone will raise the value of all single-family houses in the targeted area. Because they have the potential of multifamily, values go up, property taxes go up. So the consequence is that a home that was once affordable to a Kenmore resident is now less affordable, possibly not affordable at all. Although you talk quite a bit about providing affordable housing in Kenmore, to what population are you referring? Obviously not current homeowners. Your plan to upzone results in less affordable housing. What can or should you do instead? If your mission is truly to create more units of affordable housing instead of upzoning the whole city, well, you could incentivize the building of smaller homes with modest finishes that landlords can rent at an affordable cost and still make a profit. We shouldn't expect a landlord to bear the cost of providing below market rent. You can encourage landlords to maintain existing or build low-cost housing so those units can be rented reasonably and still achieve a profit for the landlord. A reminder that landlords are not villains. Just as you don't deny yourselves salary increases, landlords shouldn't be expected to be not denied their incomes either. You need to rethink your plan to upzone the city so that your goal of affordable housing can actually be achieved, and then allow a vote of your plan. Thank you.
Matt Wyatt, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Matt Wyatt. I am a resident of Kenmore, and I just wanted to lend my voice to some of the additional comments about additional sidewalks and the need for them specifically around Morelands Elementary School. I've lived here for about 6 years and walked my daughter to school many, many days, and not a day goes by that someone's not flying through school zone and really driving dangerously enough that the crossing guards have to kind of shout at them to slow down. So I really think that, you know, it's critical to add sidewalks here. I know that there are a lot of areas in the city that need that sidewalk attention, but I think that Morelands Elementary should be high up on that list. It's important to me. It's important to the school and the kids that go there every day. Thank you very much.
Tracy Benishinsky.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
No, okay, great. Tracy Bonashinsky, Kenmore. Good evening, Council. I spent time with 2 Chinook and perhaps a dozen sockeye on the Cedar River this past weekend, sitting on a large rock on the bank under a beautiful tree. It was lovely, but I was with many fewer fish than we know used to return to the Cedar this time of year. I feel a mixture of things when I am in the presence of fish like this: groundedness, connection, like I have arrived home. But I also feel a deep sadness, sometimes hopelessness and despair for knowing that it is largely human action that has brought salmon to this place and that we aren't working fast enough to reverse wherever possible the damage to them that we have caused. I wish the salmon could come before you in council chambers and tell you themselves what they think about our decisions and actions and what they need us to do instead so that they and we can thrive. They can't, so I come instead. This weekend, I could hear them telling us that they need cooler water. I learned that there is evidence that Chinook coming through the fish ladder at the Ɂax are going back out with the boats traveling from the ship canal to the Puget Sound to avoid being harmed or killed in the warm water they find on the freshwater side. From there, if they can avoid again being prey for the sea lions that take advantage of the bottleneck for fish created by the Łax, they move through the fish ladder again, hoping that the water that meets them in the lake is cooler and more hospitable than the water they encountered before. I could hear them telling us that they need the tire dust out of their rivers, that our cars are literally killing them. I could hear them asking for complex systems with cool pools for them to rest in and riffles adding life-sustaining oxygen to their water, so much different from the straightened, embanked, dredged river systems we have created. I could hear them telling us that they need rain, that they have been waiting too long now in the coolest pockets of water they can find at the mouth of the Cedar River for the first big rain of fall to give them the signal that it is time to head upstream. It is too warm, too dry. There is too much wildfire smoke in the air this fall. Our climate is not well, and it isn't good for any of us. They didn't tell me this exactly, but what I am hearing them say is that they need us, among other things, to move faster on our climate action plan. I am so grateful for all the work Kenmore has done on the CAP so far and for climate and environment being a top council priority. It is good work and we should keep going faster. I reviewed the budget presentation that will be given tonight, and I'm hoping some of the money being allocated to new staff positions are for dedicated full-time staff to execute the CAP. I hope one of these people will be Sammy Rowan if she wants the job, and I hope she'll have another full-time colleague with whom to collaborate on the work. If this is not the case, my hope is that you will consider the staffing need in the approved budget. Increased staff capacity will allow us to do more and to do it faster. Ann Arbor, Michigan has declared a climate emergency, setting a goal to make their community carbon neutral by 2030, 20 years earlier than we proposed. There's no reason Kenmore can't do the same. The salmon are telling us that they can't wait until 2050 for us to bring our climate into better balance. By that time, they could be gone. They are a remarkable, resilient species, but that only means so much if we don't work harder for them than we think we can right now. Thank you, as always, for your consideration and your service to our community. I appreciate you.
Wendy Weicker, go ahead.
You guys hear me yet?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Herbig and council members. My name is Wendy Weicker. For tonight's purposes, I work for the Republic Services. It's located in the city of Bellevue. We've been proud partners and service providers to the city of Kenmore for many years, given our contractual partnership through the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission. I'm here tonight to say thank you very much for that partnership. We are in your city 5 days a week, serving your residential, commercial, and industrial customers. We have a robust recycling and education program to reach all those customers to try to improve our recycling rates and reduce contamination, especially on the recycling and organics diversion work and partnership we have through our King County work, trying to get to zero waste in our local communities. I also wanted to let you know that we are planning for growth and change with all the routes that we serve and the growth that is happening throughout the region. So we take all of our recycling to a recycling center down at 3rd and Lander in Seattle. We take all of our organics to Cedar Grove and Maple Valley. And we take all of the garbage collected in Kenmore to the transfer stations the county runs that ultimately ends up in the Cedar Hills landfill. So I want to thank your leadership team through Rob Carlinci and Nancy Meehan's work with the solid waste department there as we plan for how to manage the counties and cities work in solid waste materials management. I also wanted to address tonight that safety is our #1 priority, and we are working with your staff to plan for winter already. It's never too soon to make sure our streets and communities are safe and ready for wind, snow, and ice that we know comes every winter. And finally, I wanted to also address a couple of complaints that we've had recently, and you might hear tonight or through email that some of our services have started a little too early, and we have rectified that situation first by knowing that it's happening. We don't know what's happening unless our customers tell us. So we're making changes to some of the service routes that have been starting before 7 a.m., and that situation shouldn't happen any further. So I won't bore you with the details. I'll just let you know that our #1 priority after safety is customer service, and we're proud to be a partner with you in this work of materials management in the city of Kenmore. Thank you for your service, and I wish you luck with your continued dialogue tonight around the important issues that you're addressing. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Wendy. Stacy Valenzuela, followed by Chris Olson and Carl Michaelman.
Good evening, Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Several times prior to 1970, voters in Kenmore were asked to incorporate their community. Each time they voted no. Only when the 1990 Growth Management Board opened the door to Kenmore being annexed by adjacent cities did residents form a committee for incorporation. Kenmore residents from the start saw themselves as a community that should not be divided or controlled. Kenmore residents do not want other cities or entities to make decisions affecting Kenmore. This was true of the residents leading up to the 1998 incorporation and still true for Kenmore stakeholders today in 2022. Now again, we face the Growth Management Board and direction of staff for developers. The residents are against the degree of staff is forcing of a blanket rezone of single-family housing with little limitations, standard codes, or protection, giving misleading statements, then wondering why residents request a vote. Our statement is clear. We want the will of the people, residents of Kenmore, respected and represented. We do not want overdeveloped or building a metropolitan city of our treasured open space Kenmore. Hundreds of residents have come forward with comments to reject the planning staff's rezoning via missing middle plan, asking you again to protect our quality of life, environment, ecosystems, natural habitat, trees, and wildlife. The residents want similar to the Planning Commission plan brought forward, limiting missing middle access to the transit corridor only. We love and stayed in Kenmore due to the open space, the environment. However, the city leaders are on a path destroying that. Many of us came forward request that ʷ'adis Park stay as a natural habitat without cemented areas. All public areas should be readily available to all the public. When looking for a place to live, if a person desires to live in duplexes, then look for a city that has your needs or watch for an opening in that style housing, which we have here in Kenmore already. City leaders stated new development of missing middle would only be feasible for rent for those earning $94,000 to $152,000 and above $300,000 for purchase. This does not benefit Kenmore residents or increase affordable housing for those that need shelter. The last few years, the council adopted priorities of affordable housing and environmental protection. Please stay on track. It's an oxymoron that we're told that there's too much parking in Kenmore, so developers need not supply it for housing. At the same time, the council supports a 5-story parking garage near our treasured Heron Rookery for sound transit, as we see parking along side streets blocking entrances, businesses, and even city hall access. Why do residents feel their concerns are treated with such disregard? Where is the integrity? Why are excuses, mistakes, and failure implementing ordinances and protections supported over stakeholder concerns? There is never a time when one's own agenda, biases, or threats should outweigh the majority of our resident concerns and what is the best for the future of Kenmore. Thank you very much for consideration.
Chris Olson, go ahead.
Hello, Chris Olson. I am a resident of the city of Kenmore.
I just wanted to first start off voicing some support for the people trying to get sidewalks and a road diet on streets surrounding Morelands Elementary. And I would like it not just to be Morelands Elementary, but all of our schools. It's unfortunate that we live in a society where historically, at least, we've had to drive or bus our children to school and they've been unable to walk oftentimes, or at least walk safely. In that same vein, I would also like to request that the city look into the creation of a plan allowing corner stores or corner grocers within a maximum of a half-mile walking distance of residential regions. That way, people can actually walk to different places or walk to their retail stores or get groceries without needing to drive. I know I'm lucky enough to be in a location where I'm able to walk to a grocery store, and I would like to see that same value given to other members of Kenmore, and that would also help reduce our reliance on cars. So as far as addressing parking requirements go and the like, we know that people who are able to walk to shops tend to spend more, and we also know that they tend to have better living outcomes from what we've seen in the past. So lastly, I would like to just voice my support for Missing Middle. Although perhaps listening to other residents, and so many people do seem opposed to it, I have pared down my blanket support of it to simply looking at a half mile from transit corridors and transit lines. I'm hoping that we would see Northeast 170th/Simons Road as a transit line, Juanita Drive as a transit line, and obviously 522 as a transit line, potentially even 68th eventually as a transit line. When I looked at a map, it seemed like this would cover most of the city. So perhaps it's not a very meaningful criteria, but from what I understand, people tend not to walk more than a half mile. So if we want to make Missing Middle something that is not dependent upon cars, that would be one of the ways that we could do that. Lastly, just briefly talking about some of the costs of Missing Middle housing, it really depends. This here is an ADU, or in the process of that, I should say, and it's pretty nice. It is attainable housing. It is not low-income housing. We need to do more in that front. That would mean things like condos, just looking at the price of land and the number of units that you would need to fit on a piece of land to make it work. That's obvious. But for existing homes that are larger, that can be retrofitted, you can actually create somewhat attainable housing options. So I think it's important to note that. Anyways, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Carl Michaelman.
Hi, this is Carl Michaelman. I'm with Michaelman Insurance Group. I own a independent insurance agency in Kenmore for the past 25 years. I was a resident in Kenmore, but I moved out. So according to Karina File, I'm a non-resident anymore. And that means that, hey, she probably doesn't have to listen to me like the rest of the council. I'm glad to see that everybody is there. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. But I hate to burst your bubble. I've been involved with the city and going to council meetings for many, many years. And whether it's 2 people or 12 people or whatever the case may be, they're not going to listen to you. They're going to do what they want to do, their personal agenda. You heard what exactly happened. You know, when it comes to the Missing Middle, the problem is we have the TOD, and what's happening is my wife was on the downtown task force many years ago, and the TOD density was supposed to be on 5 Bothell Way. With that being said, when my wife was in the downtown task force, 181st was looking for community business, and what happened was a lot of people were concerned about the heights. However, the problem was during the situation, the council, the downtown task force brought in people to discuss developers, and they said, hey, it's not going to pencil out at this fee. And if we look at 181st, they're right. It didn't pencil out, so it hasn't been developed. The other side of the coin is with the TOD at Jay's Cafe, Main Street Properties put an offer in, but once this council put tenant rights in, and looked at the way of dealing with people on there, guess what, folks? They pulled out. They pulled out because, again, it did not pencil out. So what's happening is with this council, and my understanding is if they were not going to push the vote down the road, they're going to go ahead and do what they want to do. Another thing I don't understand is we have a public hearing coming up. And why is the public hearing always after when people are talking instead of going to the comments, public comments, and then go to a public hearing? My assertion is because people leave because they get tired. For now on, I really think and suggest that this council should go ahead, if there's a public hearing after public comments, to have the public hearing. So with that being said, I guess we'll just wait because, again, 1 and 1 doesn't equal 2 after looking at what this tax increase they want to do when they were averaging a home for $100,000. I looked at that. I don't know. The average home is $875.
Thank you, Mr. Michaelman. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Mooney.
Thank you. I'm Elizabeth Mooney. I've been a resident in Kenmore since 1995. And hi, council. I am all for equity and social justice and climate action. I'm definitely for protecting the environment. That's what makes us all happy and healthy in Kenmore. I want to support a lot of these people that have been speaking tonight and last week and the week before and the week before. I wish that there'd been a counter missing middle presentation. I think I've already mentioned that. I think that the Andrillas, John King, Tracy Bonazinski, Phyllis Finley, Stacy Valenzuela, Chris Olson, I think they're all saying wonderful things tonight. And yes, you should definitely listen. And I think you should vote to delay, like Joe Marshall, David Baker, and Karina File had voted in favor of delaying. I think it's causing a lot of stress, and it would be good to do that, I think, sooner rather than next week. Secondly, I want to point out that not only missing middle and this rezoning of the single family is happening, but I went last week to the Planning Commission meeting, and there were only 2 people in our audience, and there's another emergency, in my opinion, happening. And Carl Michaelman, thanks for mentioning what your wife participated in, because we are just at the brink of having this TOD, in my opinion, take away what the streams need, the salmon need. Swamp Creek, in my opinion, and the Planning Commission, especially Tracy Bonazinski and Christiana and Dwight Thompson and the others, were giving time and space to talk about the possibility that I want to support, and I want people to know about this. Next week, there's also a hearing on the Planning Commission, and I think that we should give Swamp Creek at least, if not also other streams, more room through the TOD and 522, so that if you don't hear anything else, please move the boundaries to help the stream support salmon, because I believe that we can bring more salmon into our streams, but we have to stop this zoning by these rectangles. We have to go out, and with all these citizens that care about our city and our quality of life, we need to get out there on the streams, figure out where the trees are so that our herons are healthy, our salmon can come back into our streams, and our people can enjoy the quality of life that requires space for people, salmon, and streams. So please give Swamp Creek more room.
Your time is up. Mayor Herbig, I see no additional hands at this time.
All right, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record reflect that the consent agenda was approved on a vote of everybody. Yeah, just make sure it reflects the Councilmember File was absent for the vote, but it was approved unanimously. And with that, next up is the public hearing. property tax ordinance number 22-0560, presented by Finance Administration Director Leticia Salcido for public hearing. Salcido.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Welcome to tonight's presentation. This is a review, discussion, and public hearing for the purpose of setting the 2023 regular property tax levy, as well as the excess tax levy. Yes, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to comply with RCW 8455, which requires council to hold a public hearing on revenue sources for the following year's budget, including possible increases in property tax revenues. And all of this has to be done before November the 30th with an adoption of an ordinance that includes the dollars as well as the percentage of the rate increase. With regard to revenues and budgets and presentations, we will be having a series of presentations regarding the budget in October, followed by public hearings in November, culminating with a November 21, if everything goes well, approval of the property tax levy ordinance, the excess property tax levy ordinance, as well as the budget amendments and the biennial budget approval. Moving on. Each year, a council must decide whether or not there will be an increase above new construction with regards to the property tax levy. To set the levy, we begin with the prior year levy 2022, which in this case is $5,471,579. The limit, there is a limit as to the amount of the increase, and that is either the lower of 1% or the implicit price deflator, which in this case, per the Department of Revenue, is 6.457, limiting the increase to the 1%. However, consistent with the financial sustainability plan approved by council in 2020, the recommended increase is 1.9%, which would render 101,749 for the budget versus the 1% at 54,000. And again, this is based on preliminary estimates provided by the county assessor. Your preliminary budget has an increase in revenues of 3.3%, which total 5.6 million, but based on the preliminary numbers from the county, that number is 1.9, that increase is 1.9%. To this amount, to the 101,000 increase, we add a new construction, 36,296, totaling of the blue square rectangle. On the right, 5,609,624, which is the amount on your preliminary budget. If we if that was not approved, if the increase was limited to the 1%, then the amount would be 5,562,591. The levy with the 1.9% increase as budgeted would be the 5,609,624, which would be a 2.52% increase from the amount in 2022. Based on the preliminary assessed valuation of $8,087,603,000, which is an increase of 31% over the assessed valuation in 2022. The new rate would be 0.6936 per 1,000 of assessed valuation. That is a decrease. The rate in 2022 was or is 0.8875. That would be a decline of 19.39 cents. The levy with the 1%, the levy with the 1% would render, would be a total of, thank you so much. The levy with the 1% would render $5.5 million, which would be a 1.66% increase over 2022. And the effective rate would be 0.6878, which would be 19.97 lower than the 22 rate. Okay, the tax effect on a homeowner, and I took an amount and assessed value of 920,000. That's the amount we used for 2022. The rate with the current 0.8875 levy would be 816,000. In comparison, no change in with no change in the value of the property. With the new rate at 69.36, the amount of property tax assessed would be $638 at the 1.9%. At the 1%, it would be $633. Again, in both cases, the amount would be lower than the 816 with the current rate in 2022. However, we said that assessed valuations increased by 30%. And what I did, I took the 920,000 and said, what if this property increased 30% from last year? At $1.2 million, the rate with the 1.9% levy, that's the 0.6936. The amount would be 832,000, which is $16 more than 2022. And then at the 1% levy, the amount would be 825, which is $9 more than the 2022 levy.
Councilor Baker.
I know I just got my notification from the auditor's office that my taxes have gone up over about 33%. The value of my home has gone up over 30, but you have it showing it pretty much staying the same. So I'm wondering, the 33% increase to your property value, what to the figures that you calculated?
Let's see if I can-
The last slide actually showed that scenario.
Exactly. So at 920,000, let's say that was the current value of the property. With the 23 rate, that would be, the taxes would be 638. However, if it increased 30% in value to 1.2 million, the tax would be 832 at the 0.6936 rate. An increase, yes, from 638 to 832.
So $16.
It's still $16 more than the 22 rate.
Thank you.
If I could add something, Your Honor. So I think there is a general misconception that if your home value goes up a lot, your taxes go up a lot. But because state law limits the total amount collected by the city to only go up by 1%, that limits how much we can collect despite how much a home value goes up. So heaven forbid our home values could double, but the city can only still collect 1% more than it did last year in total. And so on average, the typical homeowner's property tax should only go up by 1%. And in our case, we're proposing to tap into banked capacity a little bit to the tune of 0.9% for a total of 1.9%.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
This is just sort of underscoring another point, I think. So, so the difference between the 1% and the 1.9 is the bank capacity, right? That we're using the bank capacity.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And again, the difference in total revenue from that source is about 46,000. It's
Exactly.
54 versus what, 100 or 101,
101.
something like that. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Now, going back in 2022, for example, the $920,000 home, as you know, there's several taxing districts within Kenmore that impact the rate. And the tax rate, for example, in 2022 was 10.28 in total, including King County, Sound Transit, state schools, ports, Northshore Fire, etc. The estimated bill on a $920,000 home was $9,458. Now, same property at the $1.2 million would be $12,336. And again, that's at the current 2022 rate. And it should be noted, the two rectangles at the bottom, City of Kenmore operating and Walkways and Waterways, that is the amount corresponding to the City of Kenmore, 970,000 out of 9,458 is what comes back to Kenmore of the total. Now, I have some graphs here. The first one is a combination of assessed value, the green line increasing to 8.1 billion, and then the tax rate declining to the point, 66 recommended with this 0.69. And then the tax rate, oh, there it is. The tax rate on the right-hand side, top, increasing at the highest 1.6, oh, actually 1.78 in 03, 1.63 in 2013, and then down to 0.69 in 2023. So tax rate declining, assessed valuation increasing. New construction levy increasing over the years. Those are the revenues coming in, and then new construction declining on the right-hand side, lower rectangle, declining over the past 4 years. 4 years. Now, with regards to the excess property tax levy, which is for walkways and waterways, as you know, citizens approved in 2016 a levy for to issue bonds, and we issued $18.1 million for the walkways and waterways projects. We'll have an outstanding balance as of December 31st of $14,085,000. The resources needed for principal and interest in 2023 total $1,059,500, and the tax rate is projected at 0.13 per 1,000 of assessed valuation, which would be the $1,059,000 divided by the 8.1 billion times 1,000. 0.13 cents would be for the excess tax levy approved by the voters. And this concludes my presentation. Just some highlights. As I mentioned before, November 7, budget amendments, November 14, a public hearing for the budget, and then November 21st with regards to the property tax levy and the excess property tax levy, adoption of ordinance on November 21st. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments before we open the public hearing? All right. Madam Clerk?
Did you officially open the public hearing?
Yes, I'm opening the public hearing for the property tax levy ordinance 22-0560. You'll be granted 5 minutes to speak. The same public comment rules apply, including stating your name and city of residence, addressing your concerns directly to the city council, not splitting your time with others. If your comments have been fully expressed by preceding speakers, we encourage you to summarize your statements by stating your name and city of residence and saying, I agree with X.
Thank you, Mayor. We currently have one on-site speaker who has signed up for this public hearing, Patrick O'Brien.
Hello again, Pat O'Brien, Kenmore. Everybody would love to take a tax break and a tax breath. I don't have a degree in accounting. I don't know how many of you do, but that was a very confusing bit of information there. So it'll take some time to digest that, and maybe some other comparisons or pie charts could be added to that for the public consumption. We know we're in the start of a depression. Interest rates are over 7%. And we recently heard that OPEC is raising the price of oil considerably. So sometimes it's nice to have more tax revenue, but it's also good to be able to save money, because a truly rich person is not somebody that has a large income. It's somebody that spends within their means. And I don't know that I would always agree with some of the methods and number of employees that the city of Kenmore hires, but I got a crazy idea for you. Let's reinstitute the card room at the bowling alley. I know it's way out there, but it was more than $1.2 million of income to the city. It was as reliable as milking a cow. And it's basically a rub tax on people from outside of Kenmore to come and spend their money. That card room went to Totem Lake, or above Totem Lake in Kingsgate. And they are making millions right next to the skate arena up there. And they are doing business hand over fist. That has not abated. So I see no reason for the crowds of people we get at the bowling alley, people bowl in the leagues. There's lots of people there from Bellevue, all over the place, because now they just got rid of the bowling alley at Bridle Trails. That's all going to be developed high density. So that bowling alley is gone. So we really have our own bowling alley that we should really take more pride in and make sure that we get as much tax revenue out of the card room if we were to redo that. And I think there was some emotional or other problems with past city council people that thought that it was not fair to have a card room. It brought in a lot of business. It didn't cause any trouble. Think about that. Controlling spending is a great idea, because controlling spending will keep you from eating your budget and having high staff numbers with high payroll, their medical for the whole family, and of course their retirements. That's all very costly in the long run. And so you really want to be able to get contractors in for doing the things that you can have contracted out, because the tail end of having an employee are the medical and the retirement fees that you really need to look at when you go to pay them. The current different cities have high market rates compared to the private sector, I would say. So in closing, I think that's it. I would just be very careful about increasing taxes, and I would really look to limiting expenditures, because, you know, the city of Kenmore has experienced great voter support in the taxes that they've levied to pay for the taxes and for the parks and other improvements we've made. This may not be the best time to increase taxes. And then if there was some way that when the value of the properties go up, as we've heard so often that the missing middle could cause, then there needs to be a window so that people on fixed income can get the heck out of here before they get hit with a tax bill that buries them. I mean, I know that taxes have gone up like 5 times since I moved here, so consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. There are no more individuals signed up for on-site public hearing. Can we move on to virtual?
Yes.
Perfect. If you are in the virtual world and you would like to give testimony during this public hearing, please use the raise hand function on Zoom. At this time, I have 4 individuals who are signed up. Carl Michaelman, followed by Chris Olson, Phyllis Finley, and Stacy Valenzuela.
Okay, this is Carl Michaelman. Am I on? Okay. Carl Michaelman, business owner and non-resident according to Karina File. So I have to backtrack. I misread when I was looking at the, council level of this on 100,000, it was $1 million. So I blew that. So that's fine. Okay, so let's talk about tax increases. Again, I will agree with Patrick. That presentation was very, very confusing. And it really was not clear. And so now talking about the taxes, the problem we're running into, you look at Kenmore, but you look at the whole gamut and taxes are continually going up. Maybe Kenmore's getting a little portion of it, but Northshore School District, Sound Transit, everybody's getting their piece of the pie. So when we look at a tax increase, we can't look at it just by Kenmore. Again, we have this council who did this tenant rights and saying, you know what, the landlords should be subsidizing this. They should eat this out of their pockets because your taxes can go up between everybody $1,200 or so a year. This is a bad idea. If we're looking at getting taxes, we need the development of the TOD. And like I said, Main Street properties would have brought people in. But again, they bowed out because it didn't pencil out. So the thing that you're looking at also with the taxes is what I really don't get. If we're talking about affordable housing, we're talking about tenant rights, you're increasing taxes all the time. Whether this council gave a COLA of 6%, whether you went ahead and gave a tax on the cable, it's just tax. So when you're looking at that little piece of $54, it's not $54. The problem is we need to tighten our budgets and also say that, a recession's coming. Housing market is slowing down. The cities are not, the taxes they aren't coming down as quickly as prices could be coming down. So it's really something to watch for. And essentially, like I said, with this council, 5 of you work with municipalities. So you're used to taxing because it's okay. That's how you get paid. That's how you get paid in your jobs. Whether our mayor, who is working with affordable housing in Seattle, or we have another person who works for the Port of Seattle, or another person that works for Snohomish County, or another one that works for King County. This is what you're used to. It's okay to tax because it makes your jobs easier in what you do professionally. It's wrong right now. This is the wrong time to do it. You can't keep increasing COLAs, health insurance and all that, and then come to us and say, we want to raise our taxes. Now, yes, City Manager Rob Carlinski says it can only go up 1%. That part I understand. Still, the concern is that it's still going up. And again, it's just not that little piece of Kenmore. It's everything. And what's happening is everybody's looking at their little pie. But we, the taxpayers, have to pay the whole pie of what we're paying. So I would suggest that you hold off with this tax, with this property tax, just for the simple reason, it's not time to do it. If we are budgeted right, we should have some kind of safety net in our dollars to kind of hold off on this until we see what's going on with the economy and what's going on with the economic development here in Kenmore. That's it. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Chris Olson.
Hello, I'm Chris Olson, resident of Kenmore, live on 62nd Street. I guess I just would like to start to kind of debunk some things I heard. So the city can only increase tax revenues, property tax revenues by 1% per year. This is not accounting for inflation. So if inflation is 8% this last year, which it was, and the city wants to make sure that their employees can, I don't know, afford their homes and their cost of groceries or whatever other commitments that those people have, they need to increase taxes. And of course, we're going to be increasing other taxes as a city. If the city cannot adequately increase property taxes or hold property taxes at some consistent or constant rate. As a result, it highly depends upon the value of housing. So if the price of housing falls, then yes, taxes could increase in proportion to the property value, as we saw in 2008 and 2003 on that graph that was presented, right? We had this high point and then it dipped and another high point in 2008 because the property values fell. So regardless, over the last 20 years or so, the amount of money the city is able to pull in from property taxes is decreasing. And when we look at that against inflation, how is the city supposed to do anything? How are they supposed to plan or pay for planners or maintain the existing infrastructure that we have if over time the city is losing money when balanced against inflation? A lot of people are talking about a recession. One of the best ways to make sure a recession happens is to stop planning and to stop thinking about how we can grow in a healthy, productive, consistent manner. I'm rambling a little bit at this point, so I should stop. But point is, if we accounted for inflation and we looked at the budget the city had last year versus the budget the city has this year, if we didn't go up by 1%, if it increased at the rate of inflation, property tax revenue would go from around 5.6 million to 5.9 million. Or sorry, 5.41 million. I had the number up here a moment ago and now I don't have it. I just put it into a calculator here, but the difference is about $300,000 in relative lost spending power that the city would have. I think it's a no-brainer that the city will continue to be raising taxes 1% if that's the max they can raise it, and our average annual inflation is 2%. That means the city is losing spending power by 1% with that tax, considering nothing else, every single year on average. So, of course, there's going to be other taxes that the city implements to try and protect that budget shortfall. You cannot always operate a business on shrinking revenues. Generally, that's the type of business where the stock begins to slide and people don't want to invest in it. And I wonder why. Seems pretty obvious. So I personally would like to support this property tax increase. And I think it's important that we continue to explain what I believe Mayor Herbank explained about the maximum of 1% total revenues, and how that's generally going to impact properties with higher values, right? Or not even higher values, but higher increases or changes in value relative to the average increase in value. If everybody's house increases the same amount, then the property tax would be 1%. That's not what we see. We see disparities in increase in housing prices. So some places will increase 30%, and another place might increase 5%. The average is 15%. The person who's increased 30%, yeah, they're going to end up paying a little bit more in taxes. The person whose home only increased 5% would actually see a decrease in taxes under that model. It is a little bit confusing, but once you look into it, it makes sense, but it also does not make sense in the sense of the city having declining revenues, which means they end up having to go and tax other things. I don't know what the whole controversy around the gambling room was in the past. Personally, I don't have any qualms or issues necessarily with gambling, especially from the quick research I did. And I think that would be an interesting way to increase city revenues to allow the city to fund necessary services. People have been mentioning increasing and improving infrastructure in the city for missing middle. We can't do that if we don't have the money to do it. And quite frankly, the city doesn't. It has relied on grants and federal benefits to do many of the improvements that we have seen recently. Yeah, anyways, thank you.
Phyllis Finley.
Phyllis Finley, Kenmore. Deja vu. Seems like just yesterday I was making comments about finances. Remember when the city was in the red and the council felt it necessary to hire a consultant to dig ourselves out of the hole that you created? Remember when you seriously considered raising property taxes so you'd have an additional $32,000 to spend instead of adjusting your spending? Remember that you deemed it such a small increase that it wouldn't have much effect on taxpayers. Remember that you were about to choose that course of action rather than cut your spending somewhere in a multi-million-dollar city budget by a mere $32,000? Remember? I do. Since then, I haven't seen very much cost cutting. Apparently, you didn't need to. The city has been flush with cash. Just look to today or a year or two ahead and put blinders on for the long term. You'll worry about that when we get to it. Besides, you have an ace in the hole. You can always raise property taxes. Then you won't have to make the unpleasant choice to eliminate or reduce any of the goods or services that you want or that you think we want. Are you thinking that most residents would rather pay higher property taxes than to have their streets swept just a bit less often? Are you thinking that most residents would rather pay higher property taxes than to forfeit a large state-of-the-art public works building? Are you thinking that most residents would rather pay higher property taxes than have the nerve to expect users of the boathouse to actually pay rent and make good on their financial commitment? Are you thinking that most residents would rather pay higher property taxes than experience the most unpleasant sight of driving by the shelf as one enters Kenmore? If that's what you're thinking, I think you're out of touch. Rob Carr-Lindsay's presentation last week presented the rosiest of pictures about our situation until the very end when the information seemed to speed up. You remember the information that we weren't going to make it quite as far as the consultant had planned for us. Before 2028, we'll be back where we were then, with the prospect of raising property taxes so that the council can continue to spend. And here we are. You are aware, aren't you, that every time you raise property taxes, you make living in Kenmore less affordable? It makes your persistent talk of the need for affordable housing seem just somewhat disingenuous. True, you can't control the pandemic. True, you can't control inflation, but you can control your spending. The presentation will lead us to believe that the tax increase will be small minor because it's only Kenmore's portion of the total of the King County tax bill. If it's so minor, how about solving it from the spending end? The next budget reflects an increase in every single department. If it's so insignificant, it's just 1%, how about you decrease every department spending by just an insignificant 1%? Is it true that each department can't think creatively enough to reduce 1%? I could help with that. Won't charge you a consultant fee either. No question that you can raise property taxes. Please don't. Thank you.
Stacy Valenzuela, followed by Elizabeth Mooney.
Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. The city continually telling us, the residents, that Kenmore doesn't have funds available for our concerns and needs. Yet, we do not see the staff staying within projected budget, efforts to control overspending, or to stop costly mistakes. We're paying too much for enhanced services and consultants when we have employees in the same departments. Attempting to save thousands of dollars is appreciated by the council, but please stop approving continual increase in increments on the consent agenda. Numerous residents from the start said no to artificial turf. And then you came back with the $50K for lights. We also spend $150K for funding field maintenance for annually for the baseball people. Now you want to fund the turf again with no public input? The baseball field should have to do that. We said no to $600K boathouse for the row clubs, but the city built one for up to $3 million, and the row club 3 years later still owes $560K. They should be charged late fees and monthly rent. Numerous residents said no to a $6 million property for public works to buy a less expensive property. Many even came forward with suggestions, but city staff came back with adding 10 to 20K for their building, and council stated to keep it lower. Now they doubled it to $46 million designer building. Other organizations are directed to apply for grants. Why not all of these? Why do we need these? Where is the will of the people? Where are the priorities on some projects and cut back on others? Where is the audit and sustainability of the people's budget? Where is the notice for all of our residents that there was a public hearing coming up on this? I suggest there should be a requirement of staff to prove engagement of at least 20% of our residents before a change could be adopted. 3 residential surveys in 2019 came back overwhelmingly supporting protecting natural habitat, an indoor public pool, community meeting space, a dog park, and protecting all our areas. Where was there a boathouse listed? A ball field barely made the list, or any of the other staff wishes that at one time the staff were told by the city manager to put forward all your wishes because we had money coming in from ARPA and other areas. The majority would like to have support for what the residents' needs and desires are. We continue to ask for affordable housing under 50% AMI. The majority would like to have follow through on action for the objectives and adoption concerns that we take our time to bring forward, state public hearing and surveys to support. Most residents continually state the council and city leaders are not listening and just doing what they want. They are rightfully disappointed. Where are the multiple bids and smart purchasing strategy prior to adoption? Where are the cost references? Where are the sidewalks? And why was the funding diverted from Waterways and Walkways to the boathouse? Let's put 20 million towards sidewalks. Say no to these capital non-necessary improvements, outside agendas, or staff desire of designer buildings. We need projects to cut back due to the recession forecast and current state of pandemic inflation. We continue to say no to additional taxes. We continue to say no to forcing people out of their homes by increased taxes and fees. We continue to say no to staff actions that fail to support the resident concerns. You keep stating that seniors have access to discounts. Property tax exemptions and deferral have been behind for years due to the pandemic and short staffing, and is currently still months behind. Most utilities senior discounts do not apply in Kenmore. Please say no to the tax levy and support the resident priorities. We need the city to cut back on spending and you to ensure that the council and staff support the priorities of the people, the residents of Kenmore. Thank you.
Elizabeth Mooney.
Hello, council and staff and citizens. Elizabeth Mooney. Yes, I've lived here since 1995. And I want to support those folks who just spoke at this hearing also. They have good ideas. I think we've been divided because of COVID, and you're now back in the city hall and you're getting a big dose, which is a positive thing, of our citizens. And they are really smart. And some of the citizens that I just listened to, I know they know a lot more than I do and have been keeping up on the website much more than I do. And I am learning by listening to them. So I suggest that you slow down for the reasons that they've mentioned. And also, we have been talking here in our house. So in terms of what Patrick O'Brien mentioned, just to back up a little bit, and what he said is have pride in our bowling alley. I do remember back when our former community development director, Bob Sokol, talked about the amount of money that came from that bowling alley. I believe that we had a non-binding vote. The citizens voted, and I might be wrong, and I bet one of our citizens would be able to explain this, John Hendrickson, but I believe that the people voted to keep that card room. And I certainly never saw anything horrible at all happen at that card room. I went into it once. I didn't spend any money, but there were just nice people in there. And I heard directly from Bob Sokol, our former community development director, that that card room made a lot of money for the city. And I think what happened is that our former council members decided to override that people's vote. And I think that was an earlier Kenmore. I think now we're more diverse. We're bringing in more people that don't think ill about a card room. So I think that's a fantastic idea. I also know that my neighbors are on fixed income. They're not attending this meeting. They are struggling with just keeping their head above water. And I don't think they're going to be very happy if you raise their taxes. I don't think it's really fair right now because people are still suffering from not knowing what's going on because of COVID. We've all been isolated. So I don't think you should vote for it. I think it'll stress people out and you don't need more people coming to you upset about raising taxes. I think Phyllis Finley brought up some great ideas about cutting spending in other areas, which have to do with, the internal departments. And then there's the Public Works building. I really appreciate the staff that have been working on that. They are good people. They're smart people. But I do not think that our city needs to spend that much money at all on a platinum Public Works building that's up next to Kenmore Middle School. I think it's too much. I think that if you've already purchased the land there, you're saving the trees. That's great. It's right near, I think it's called Blueberry Creek. It goes into Swamp Creek. I think you could put that into an effort that would be better for the environment than holding all the Public Works trucks, et cetera, and put those trucks down near Bothell Way, where you already have lots of paved roads. And you could look into, I believe one of our citizens has talked about the fire station and that might be a more affordable place to put the Public Works and save us money. I'm just learning about the rowing club. I really don't know much about that. We all want fairness for people to use the boats, but if somebody's not paying what they were supposed to pay, then maybe the staff or the council needs to say, hey, you know what? Maybe somebody else needs to rent that and they can make money. I mean, then the city can make money off of the building. I haven't seen the building, but I sure do hear a lot about that. And maybe it's time to tighten up our rules about, forgiving debt or whatever it is that's going on there. But the people that spoke ahead of me know a lot. I would suggest that you hold off on raising taxes and you bring people in and have them think outside the box with you on how to make things affordable for the city into 2028 and also help with the environment. Climate action is going to cost money, but we can save it if we work together and co-create a good system for Kenmore. Thank you, staff and council.
Mayor Herbig, I see no additional hands raised at this time.
Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Anyone else wishing to be heard? Anybody else wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I'm declaring the public hearing closed. Next on the agenda is the business agenda. First and only item is department proposed budget presentations, city council, city manager, city clerk, finance administration, legal, human resources, non-department, public safety, and development services presented by city manager's department. Well, presented by everybody who's here today, I think so. Why don't we take a 5-minute break really quickly while staff gets set up and everybody else can stretch their legs. That was not a bad idea. We could return from our break.
There, thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Welcome to the first of a series of budget presentations for the 2023-2024 biennial budget. Tonight's presentation will include an overview of revenues and expenditures, not only of the 23-24 budget year, but as well as the 21-22 current biennium budget. Tonight's presentation after the revenue and expenditures will be followed by department presentations for general fund divisions, council, clerk, city manager, finance, non-departmental, legal, human resources, development service, and public safety. We're also including the ARPA fund as it is under the direction of the city manager's office. So we'll start with revenue. With regards to revenue, but this is for the current biennium 2021-2022. We adopted a budget in the amount of $28.5 million in revenue. The budget was amended and it stands at $30,589,770. By means of mid-biennium amendments, we had an adjustment to the projected revenue, sales tax revenues, better than expected for 2021 of $672,000. We also made a budget amendment in the amount of $1.3 million for interfund loan repayments from the Sammamish Bridge Fund and the Public Works Shop Fund. The projection through the end of the year is that revenues will come in at approximately $32,445,350. That's from the budget. The difference is $1.4 million in sales tax, better than budget, mainly in construction and internet sales, as well as $800,000 in building related revenues and a decline in utility taxes of approximately $300,000. It should be noted that while sales tax revenues are projected to be higher than the budgeted amount, they have been declining. The increase in 2021 was an increase of approximately $24,000 versus 2022 of 7%. So we are at 1/3 growth of as compared to 2021. Now, with regards to general fund revenues for the upcoming budget 2023-24, we are proposing in the preliminary budget revenues of $31.3 million. With regards to major revenue sources such as property taxes, which comprises 37% of your total revenues, as we just discussed, we are assuming a 1.9% levy increase in 2023. Followed by 3.3% increase in 2024. Should be noted that that is comprised of both new construction, the 1% increase, as well as bank capacity. Bank capacity, which is from the years when council did not raise property taxes by the allowable 1%. With regards to sales tax, sales tax comprises 1/4 of the general fund revenues are made up from your sales tax revenues. And for that category, we are including a recessionary adjustment based on the economic outlook, inflation at this point, 40-year high, fears of it crashing and bringing us into a full recession, increase in rates, and then just the market slowing down. For example, Dow Jones 20% down from the beginning of the year. Anyways, back to sales tax, what we're projecting is a decline of 2% in 2023, followed by an increase in 24 of 3% for a net 1% increase in the biennium. We are at this point being conservative based on, again, economic outlook. For development revenues, again, this is a major revenue source at about 8% of your total general fund. We are projecting a decline of 8% combined in 2023, and then an increase, just a modest increase in 2024 of 1%. Some of new revenue sources in the general fund, total $1.2 million. As you know, we have the new cable utility tax projected to bring in approximately $383,000 per year. We have, per the financial sustainability plan, proposed surface water utility tax, $125,000 in revenues per year, and then an admissions tax of 5% in 2024, bringing in approximately $200,000 per year. Not per year, in 2024, excuse me. So this is a pie graph with regards to the various revenue categories. As you can see, the blue shaded area is the property tax, comprising 37% of your general fund revenues, followed by sales tax, 24%, utility tax, licenses and permits on 9%, intergovernmental charges for services being the lowest category in the general fund. This is important. Sales tax, utility tax, licenses and permits are your revenues that are more prone to economic downturns. And it's important to see where we would stand with regards to those major revenue categories, which major categories would be affected in a recession. And as you can see, licenses, utility tax, sales tax make up almost, well, actually it makes up half of the general fund revenue. So it's very important that we be conservative, that we be watchful with regards to the economy and any downturn, and conservative in our revenues. With regards to our property taxes, as was discussed, we are projecting 5.6 million in 2023 and 5.7 million in 2024. For sales tax, at 3.7 million includes the recessionary adjustment I just mentioned of -2%, and then followed by a 3% increase in 2024 of $3.8 million. And that's being optimistic at this point in time. Utility taxes, I broke it down between electric and gas, as well as telephone and cellular. With regards to electricity and gas, we are projecting $1.5 million, which is an increase of 1% per year in the revenues. That's revenues from one year to the next. This is based on trends. This is a revenue source that is increasing approximately 1% per year. Now, with regards to telephone and cell phone, we are projecting $340,000, which is a decline in revenues per year. And that's again, based on the trends. This is a revenue source that continues to decline year after year. In this category is the 6% cable utility tax I just mentioned, $383,000 per year, and then the surface water utility tax in the amount of 6%, bringing in $125,000 per year. With regards to franchise fees, we have Comcast Ziply at $588,000, pretty much the same as the current biennium average, projected average. We have water and sewer franchise fees at 1.1 million, 1%, modest 1% increase. Those are the revenues that are transferred out to the street fund. Development revenues, we have two categories. I put building permits, projecting 1.154 million. That includes building, clearing, grading, plumbing, 10% decrease, followed by a 7% decrease in land use, review, inspections, and other 1.2 million combined. They're approximately 8% decline in development revenues. Liquor tax distributions, 330,000 in liquor excise tax, little change in that category, and using the per capita forecast of Municipal Research Center. We have liquor profits of 372,000, no change in that category. With regards to reimbursements, we are projecting $1.4 million. That's for overhead reimbursement for engineering and parks from capital project funds, as well as for operations, surface water management, administration and operation, surface water management, 660,000. We are including transfer reimbursement from REIT in the amount of 50,000 for maintenance, and 75,000 reimbursement from Northshore School District, Moorlands maintenance. Other taxes, gambling taxes, pool tabs and games, a 2% increase based on the last 2 years of actual results. And then affordable housing at the same level, 24,500 per year. In miscellaneous, we have 50,000 from King County Park levy for maintenance, minor changes in criminal justice distribution, and then the 120,000 in Kenmore Village lease revenues. These revenues, of course, are in groups. These are the major revenues in the general fund, and projections within the next biennium budget. Questions?
Questions?
Okay.
Councilor Marshall.
I guess, and the only pull tabs we have are at the bowling alley, aren't they?
We have, excuse me?
Are the only pull tabs we have at the bowling alley? Are they anywhere else? I heard that the bowling alley got rid of their pull tabs. I don't know if that's a rumor. I don't want to spread a rumor, but that's what I heard a few months ago. And then the other one is that tavern at the corner of 181st and 73rd. I'm not sure. I don't know if they still have. And then there's the one right here. I don't know if I don't go to taverns, so. I just meant the last slide mentioned that revenue from poll tabs, didn't it? The last slide.
Yes.
Okay.
A 2% increase, 132,000. That one.
Okay. So that's based on that knowledge then, I guess,
Yes.
that we think that
I've
it's
seen
gonna.
it increase in the past 2 years. Yes.
Okay,
Even
thanks.
even during the pandemic.
Okay.
Councilmember Baker.
Councilmember Baker, your microphone.
Do we have any idea how much revenue we're generating from marijuana revenues?
On page 96 of your budget book, it shows all of the revenue streams for the general fund, and about halfway down in the third grouping, it shows the marijuana excise tax revenues at about $39,000 a year.
96.
Really?
Yeah, page 96. Sorry, just happened to have it open.
Oh, that's great. 39,000, right, per year, marijuana excise tax. And then the actual in 21 was 38,599.
So then that is being distributed on a per capita basis, not what an individual store grosses, right?
I believe so, yes.
But we do actually, I think we also get regular sales tax on top of that. On top of the excise tax, don't we? No? I can't remember.
Have to check, yeah. I don't know.
Councilmember Kugler?
I have a question about what games refers to, and then also the Kenmore Village lease, is that just the post office, and is that flat for a set term?
With regards to the pull tabs and games, I have gambling, punch boards, pull tabs, and amusement games for. And then your other question, the Kenmore Village lease revenue is the post office as well as the
Diva Espresso.
Diva
Mhm.
Espresso, yes.
Councilmember File?
Thank you. This kind of builds off of Councilmember Baker's question about marijuana SL revenue. I think it might be hard to project the difference of revenue in the future, given they now have a medical dispensary and they're opening a store for commercial wares. Being that, I mean, that's kind of an unpredictable kind of speculation. I just have to ask, I'm thinking about where we are going with the potential lodging tax.
The lodging tax at this point in time is not included in the budget projections in your preliminary budget. We have included other measures that are within the financial sustainability plan, such as the cable utility tax, surface water utility tax, admissions tax. But again, it is something that is in the financial sustainability plan, and we might review it in the future and include it.
I appreciate that. And lastly, I could entertain a rent on the boathouse by the existing partner that has some funding issues for revenue purposes, as well as, doing their part of paying back that agreement.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Just one little question. The admissions tax, I'm not remembering exactly what that would be admissions on. Do you recall?
Yes,
Okay.
bowling alley and the golf course.
And I just had one question too. I'm looking through the list of revenues and I see Northshore School District reimbursements. Just curious what that means.
I believe that's the moorlands maintenance. And it's, yes, it's a recurring revenue, 75,000 North Shore School District for moorlands maintenance.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Okay. Moving on with regards to expenditures. And this is for the 21-22 budget. We adopted a budget with 27,067,000 in expenditure allocations. We had mid-biennium budget amendments totaling almost $4 million, $3,963,000, which was comprised mainly $1 million. We, because of better than projected revenues in 2021, Council approved $1 million transfer to Strategic Opportunities Fund to replenish it. We also had 550,000 interfund loan to the Public Works Shop for property acquisition. We also have a $2.2 million property acquisition for Holt That was an increase in expenditures. And then the minor 15,000 transfer to the Public Works shop for debt service. And I know this is general fund, but it's an increase of 188,000 for HR operating expenditures in 2022. For the amended budget, totals, the amended budget totals 31,030,000. And the projection is that expenditures through the end of 2022 will be approximately 30,641,000 based on the current trends.
And Leticia, that includes one-time expenditures, correct?
Yes, yes.
Such as the whole property
The
acquisition?
whole, yeah, all the expenditures, yes. Now, with regards to expenditures for this upcoming budget, proposed budget, 31,252,000 for 25, which is an increase of 13.89% from the actual and projections for 21-22, less the one-time land acquisition of $2.2 million. That's the whole property. The increase, I have a breakdown of what that increase is. Approximately $1.4 million is for the police services contract from, again, this is from the actual amount paid and to be paid in 21 and 22. We also have several new positions in various departments. I believe it's, not believe, but the departments are Development Services, Public Works, Community Development. And the total is about, I put 977, but it's more 995,000. I had missed 1,000 there. And then we have an increase of 170,000 in special and virtual events. We also have an increase in the Wcia liability property insurance, 265,000. And then salary, pension, health insurance, temp comp plan, and vehicle purchase, another 988,000 for a total increase of to bring us to the what was the amount? $31.2 million.
And just a reminder, these are all 2-year figures. So if you want to look at a 1-year number, you roughly have that. Yeah.
Councilmember Shubnik.
This is more of just a comment. I mean, some of these things we don't have a lot of control over. So this is just a reflection that, 1.4 police services contract, we didn't have a lot of leverage on that. I mean, this is what we need to pay. Same with the liability insurance increase. I mean, where we do have, more discretion is on the new positions and the events. And so for myself, I mean, that's the area that I'll be focusing on as we move through this budget.
Okay.
Councilmember Baker.
Your microphone.
Can you remind me what the $977,000 in new positions was? Which new employees do we have?
Yes, we have in the general fund, that's the Development Services Division, a permit specialist at 25 hours per week. That's 0.62%. We have in Development Services a construction inspector, one position. We have in Public Works a facilities fleet manager, and then in Public Works a maintenance worker. In Community Development, have an administrative specialist position as their administrative. They had a position that was recreation coordinator, administrative specialist, and it was transferred over to Public Works to take over all those activities, leaving Community Development without an admin specialist. So we're including, again, a position. It's not a full-time, it's 25 hours per week, which is 0.62% of a full one position. And then we had 3 positions that were reclassified in the Development Services Department.
Yeah, none of those are surprises, just you forget over time.
Of course, okay.
Do we anticipate any additional
In
positions coming on in 23 that
These are the positions proposed in your budget for 23-24. We also have, not in the general fund, but in surface water, a GIS tech, partially paid by streets, partially paid by surface water, and then a senior environmental services tech in surface water management fund.
Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I'm looking at this and similar to Councilmember Sharpneck, I mean, many of these things we can't adjust. And I think the hardest to chew is the $1.4 million police service contract. However, our police services are so very important to our community. It's a shame that we can't have an additional officer out of that. Being a, small end of the medium-sized city category. It's just a difficult thing to chew and swallow, but we do support you. I see our chief in the back of the room. I will also have to take a closer look at positions, and I don't want to have to cut back special or virtual events. Our community really enjoys these. These help build community and partnership and welcoming a community. There would have to be a great loss if we had to cut any of that back. Thank you.
Councilmember Sharpneck.
Yeah, I just, since we are now talking a little bit more about staffing, the list that was provided, those are the ones that are supported at least all or in part by the general fund, although some of them are not, like the GIS. But I think there's also positions proposed for ARPA, or maybe those are not increased. Those are just the same as what we have now. Okay, so no increase in that. And then the climate action plan, I think those must be in a different place.
We don't have any for the climate action plan.
Right, the positions for the climate action plan need to be funded through some sort of a package that we need to either do councilmanically or to the voters.
Councilmember File.
I had one more question about staffing. One of the issues I know that is present is, the ability to have staff time for applying to federal grants for our community, whether it's affordable housing or block grants and whatnot. It's hard to take advantage of the opportunities, the once in life opportunities to our community if we don't have the staff to be able to apply and manage those. Did we include anything like that in this budget? Because I don't really see that.
Are you asking if we included any positions to assist with the writing of grants and applying for grants? No, what I recall is that we have, we have a temporary salaries in the engineering department, but no, that's for another matter. So no, in response to your question, we don't have any new positions to assist with that. Those services, those activities are done at the department level currently, but we don't have any specific positions assigned to it.
That I see is a real hardship to our community, being that there's large block grants available that we could apply to for affordable housing or crisis response center, things that we are looking desperately for funding on, let alone other infrastructure and Build Back Better grants. I don't know what my fellow colleagues feel about this, but I think it is something we have to consider.
Yeah.
The 2 new ARPA positions might have some capacity to apply for grants like that. And maybe Stephanie Ł'ax could talk about that when we get to that point.
And now we get to department presentations. We're starting with council. Or city manager? Yes. So representatives from the departments will come up and present for their respective departments. I'm gonna sit here, answer any questions with regards to the numbers.
All right, so now we're on the first department of the city, which is the city council, the legislative body. You can see the budget numbers there. The total city council budget, comparing the two biennia, will go up by about 21%. The main reason for that, or the bulk of that, is the results of the salary commission study that were done late last year. We're applying that to this budget. And then also we're going back to pre-pandemic levels when it comes to travel and training. So in 2021, there was no council travel training budget to speak of. But now we're proposing to bring it back for both 23 and 24. So those are the main reasons for the city council's increases in the city council budget. Could you go to the next slide, please? So you can see some of the things that you were able to accomplish in the last biennium. And could you go to the next slide? These are some highlights of what I think you hope to accomplish in the next biennium. So obviously your adopted priorities, which include funding and implementing the climate action plan and continuing to implement the housing strategy plan, fully implementing the DEIA policy and implementation plan, approving a site plan and budget for the public work facility, breaking ground on the Plymouth project and selecting the program and developer for the Holt property, and cutting some ribbons, some more ribbons on Walkways and Waterways, and implementing the ARPA funded programs. Obviously, that's the tip of the iceberg and what this city actually gets done, but those are some highlights. City manager's office. So that's a department that actually holds quite a few things in it. Not just carrying out the vision of the council, but also running some functions like economic development, city clerk, which we're transferring from finance and administration to the city manager's office. And you can see the other functions there listed. You can see the total budget. It's a 17% increase. The main reason for that increase is events are still in the city manager's office. We're going to be transferring that whole function over to Public Works. But for ease in getting this budget written, we kept that budget for now in the city manager's office. And you may recall that at the beginning of the pandemic, we really cut the events budget way down. This proposes to bring the events budget back to pre-pandemic levels. So that's about $170,000 over 2 years. So, next slide. So like I mentioned, the city clerk is being organizationally shifted over to the city manager's office. This also includes the 2 new ARPA positions, which are not funded in the general fund. They're funded through the separate one-time ARPA budget. We're also, like I mentioned, moving events over to Public Works operations. And you can see the new housing and human services efforts that are underway. Also organizationally going to have Stephanie have public safety, including police, report to our deputy city manager, and changing her title from assistant to deputy. Stephanie will also be the team leader on Lake Point and all these other really exciting regional things Stephanie's going to have the lead on, including the 24/7 crisis center and radar expansion, things like that. So we mentioned in the budget letter a new economic development approach. We're still implementing the economic development strategy, but given your shift in priorities, we cut a lot of expenditures when it comes to economic development, especially things like on consultants and things like that. We did that to make room for other things. And just overall, I think this one comment I have about the entire budget is this budget was not easy to balance, and we did a lot of cutting and trimming in all of our line, well, not about all of our items, but a lot of our line items. And we had some long meetings where we were really trying to cut 1,000 here, 5,000 there, you know, really trying to make this budget balance. And the city manager's office was no exception. We cut a lot of line items to make room for your priorities and making sure we had a balanced budget.
Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. How will the shift of the public safety to the deputy city manager, how will that increase, I guess, what you would like to do as city manager? How will that change your capacity?
Great question. It'll allow me to spend time in other departments, also spend quality time with you all, and help me get out in the community a little more.
Next, we have city clerk.
I think we're going to bring in Anastasia Warhol remotely.
Good evening, council and staff and guests. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. So as you know, the role of the city clerk generally is to support the governing body and what I call grassroots democracy. And we do that by, in essence, being compliant with the Open Public Meetings Act, which is to help the governing body do business, much like what you're doing today. We also help support council legislation, making sure that essentially the motions, resolutions, proclamations, and ordinances that you issue, that they get codified and memorialized properly. And we oversee records management, which is our way of being compliant with the Public Records Act. And that's something that's done citywide, but a big part of that is also done through the city manager's office, through the public records officer. And spoiler alert, I think you're going to hear from her next week. She'll be doing a separate little staff report or presentation on that. Now, another big part of the city clerk's micro budget is also managing and dispersing the human services funding allocations that you approved. And so tonight's presentation is a little bit timely because it's important to highlight that tonight you approved the recommendations for the next biennium of human resources nonprofit supportive work. And I can't just gloss over that because that's really very important work that the city council is doing. And if you allow me a 30-second detour, I just want to highlight for anyone listening in that today the council has essentially determined to support the following nonprofits who give so much to our residents. And as I read off the list of agencies we're going to continue to work with, I really want us to listen to the breadth of the type of services that they provide, because I think you'll notice that it really covers a lot of facets of primary needs that our residents keep talking to us about. So for the next biennium, the City Council has committed to working with the Center for Human Services. They have family support programs and behavioral health, child care resources, Crisis Connections, which of course runs the King County 211 program, Teen Link, Crisis Line, Eastside Baby Corner, Health Point, which provides dental and medical care for people who need it. Hope Link, obviously, we've been strong partners for them for many years, but specifically where we're going to work with their food programs, the Food or Financial Assistance Resiliency Program, which is newer but seems very impactful. Obviously supporting housing with HopeLink, Kenmore Elementary PTA, Kenmore Middle School, King County Bar Association, the King County Sexual Assault Resource Center, Lake City Partners Ending Homelessness, and Mary's Place, which all provide homelessness shelters and other flexible financial assistance programs. NAMI Eastside, which you know provides mental health resources. Northshore Schools Foundation, Northshore Senior Center, Sound Generations, and Wonderland Child and Family Services. So just pausing there, I just want to say that we thank you and we commend you, Council, for doing that tonight. A couple of other things to highlight related to our budget. As you know, we have one full-time staff person, that would be me. But due to my upcoming leave, we did need to hire a leave replacement, and that's our limited term deputy clerk. And I'm very grateful for her. By the way, shout out to Tila and Michelle right now. And the other components or elements that make up the city clerk micro budget are voter registration costs, election costs, human services funding, and sometimes things like the hybrid system enhancements or other council chambers related maintenance projects have traditionally been taken out of that budget as well. So you'll see that there is an increase over the last biennium budget, but that is largely due to the leave replacement and marginal increases in those other elemental line items that I just mentioned. Next slide, please. So the highlights are that we will continue to support the council with hybrid meetings, and that means making maintenance or system technology enhancements as necessary. We're going to do that by way of implementing a pulse monitoring system, which I won't go into detail on today, but it'll allow us to kind of do a belt and suspenders system to check for any issues before they arise and sort of monitor everything in the background, much like how we monitor an HVAC system in the facilities department. Another thing that we want to do is we want to continue working on records management. We have an internal committee called STORE, where we're trying to get everyone in the city to sort of speak the same language, understanding that public records, you know, it's an informational asset and it doesn't belong to us necessarily, so we have to steward them properly. And another project that we're kind of excited about that we're hoping to launch next year, which I would say is incredibly budget friendly and also very DEI friendly, is a work study program. And I can't spend time talking about it right now, but essentially a work study provides us with really high quality staffing at a reimbursed rate based on Pell grants or state need grants or financial assistance that a student from a local college or university would receive. And the city has already been approved for a 60% reimbursement of that staffing cost. So I'm going to put that conversation to the side for now, but I will ribbon it with saying we're looking into that. It's a very exciting prospect. Many cities have already utilized work study students. It's a great place for them to get integrated into local government, and it's really a huge benefit to us. And so we do hope to do that in probably the tail end of 2023, maybe first quarter of 2024. And I think generally that concludes our my city clerk micro budget remarks.
Councilmember Baker.
I am just interested in why election costs come out of the clerk's budget.
Because the city clerk is the steward of democracy. So we think it makes sense that the election costs also be assigned to the steward of democracy. They've always been budgeted there. Another choice would be non-departmental or city council.
And to your question, Councilmember Baker, it's very common to have that within the city clerk's budgets, because just like Rob said, the city clerk typically does support sort of the election process, or is a go-to person depending on what elections are taking place. So it has been traditionally done so in Kenmore, and it's very common in other cities as well.
If I can go on one small tangent there. So that's an expenditure where we're just purely at the mercy of the county council. So in the last decade or so, they've dramatically increased election costs. For the good, they've done a lot to, improve access to voting and everything. So that's great. But those costs largely get passed right on to the cities, and we just have to pay it.
So then those election costs are primarily from the county and not from our own elections.
Exactly.
Yep.
And regardless, if it's placed in the city managers or the clerks or the council, it's still all general fund. We're paying it from.
And I know Anastasia said that she was gonna gloss over this, but it actually was on my list of things to ask in this section. Could we get some more details on the pulse monitoring system? Because that kind of jumped out at me while I was going through materials.
Sure. I can tell you what we know right now. As you know, we did the hybrid system enhancements, and that was just sort of the hardware and the software and the installation to get us hybrid ready. But one question we had to ask ourselves is, what about ongoing maintenance? What does that look like? Does that include someone coming on site from the same vendor that installed things once a month, twice a month to do a system check? What does that look like? And the recommendation that we got from the vendor and from other cities who have also gone hybrid is to essentially have a contract with the vendor that allows for off-site 24/7 remote monitoring. And it creates sort of this backdrop database where it pings all the elements of the system, by the hour. And we have a dashboard that we can monitor, we can have access to, and it'll tell us like, hey, your internet is offline, or this element is offline, or something's wrong with your microphones. And, it'll tell them information in real time of when they need to actually send someone out to take a look at it. And it'll give us critical information of what we need to troubleshoot before a meeting starts. Now, this is very common of big citywide systems. Jennifer Gordon manages one for HVAC, for example. And it seemed to me to be the most cost-effective way to preserve what we installed and keep council OPMA meeting disruptions to a minimum. The last quote we got was approximately $36,000 for a 3-year maintenance contract. And this is something that Jennifer Gordon of facilities, she's very closely involved in this. She reviewed it and looked at the offering and thought that this was wise and reasonable.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have ARPA, the ARPA Fund 130.
Thank you, Leticia. So as we know, the American Rescue Plan Act is a federal law that was passed in 2021 that provided $1.9 trillion to local governments and state governments. Kenmore received $6.4 million from that. As you can see here, the budget for the next biennium is $4.9 million for ARPA, and this is not part of the general fund. It's its own separate fund, so that's why it shows up as 0% there. You can also see that the budget decrease from the last budget is plus 214%. That's because when the last biennial budget was made, ARPA was not a thing yet, so it wasn't in there. And we have 2 FTE full-time employees in ARPA. That's myself and Janet Quinn, management analyst. Next slide, please.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Just a little edit. So that's actually an increase then, right? The plus 214?
It is.
It's just a little confusing when it says decrease.
It's an
Agreed.
increase of 214% from the 21-22 budget, but that is because in the next biennium, we have the Plymouth project budgeted in this fund. That's a project with an allocation of $3.2 million next year. And that's a substantial increase. As you know, we started ARPA in 21 and we started with a few expenditures and now we're moving into the big time projects in next year, in the next biennium.
So you're going to be getting a staff report from us later tonight. So I'm going to try to keep this pretty short, but we have 4 programs that are going to be working on in the next biennium. Right now, the homelessness response pilot program, which is $50,000. Catch-up learning and child care support is $100,000. We have $250,000 in human services funding and $185,000 in business assistance. And in the last biennium, some of the highlights were, well, they're not up there, but we had almost $1 million in the Kenmore Cares assistance to people who could use a helping hand during the real bad parts of the pandemic. And we also had $65,000 in urgent business assistance that helped to keep some local small businesses, brick and mortars, in keeping their doors open earlier this year. The City Council has approved $3.2 million, as Leticia said, in ARPA funds for the Plymouth Affordable Housing Project. We're hoping to have shovels in the ground on that in 2023, with the plan to have it open by the end of 2024. As I mentioned before, we have 2 employees here working on ARPA, myself as assistant to the city manager and a management analyst. And we have some funds in reserve, and we've already heard from the community on how they would like to see us spending those. And we are hopefully going to move forward with those early next year. Thank you.
Next, we move on to finance and administration, my favorite. Finance and administration includes finance, accounting, budget, financial reporting, risk management, and IT. We are responsible for budget preparation and oversight, long-range forecast and financial planning, treasury, debt and investment management, financial reporting and audit, payroll, accounts payable, billing, fixed assets, tracking, grant reporting, monthly financial reporting, internal controls, and technology, the oversight of the city computer network, the contract with our consultant for those services, telecommunications, internet, software, and hardware. We have 3 employees, 3 full-time employees, and the 2023-2024 budget is in the amount of $2.5 million. It represents 8% of the general fund budget, and it is an increase of 2% from the current budget. Should be noted, though, that within finance and administration, we have the Wcia risk insurance for liability, property, crime, cybersecurity, and information. That's $1 million of this budget. We also have the citywide software and computer maintenance, $330,000. We have the citywide audit, $100,000. We have the copier, the postage meter, $60,000, and those are the major expenditures in this fund, and taking a big chunk for citywide operations. Some of the highlights is managing the biennial budget with minimal adjustments, an unqualified audit report, a clean report for 2020 from the state auditor's office. We issued $19.9 million in 3 separate bond issues, and the city obtained a AAA rating from S&P rating, Standard & Poor's rating agency for those bonds. We managed a 6-year financial sustainability plan and implemented elements of the plan, such as a cable utility tax, surface water management, which is coming up, and then set up funds for the Kenmore automated photo enforcement revenues. We also have the legal department. Do you want me to do that? Okay, the legal department, we have our city attorney services to council and city administration. They provide us legal guidance and support and advice on policy matters, attendance, etc. The budget for 2023-24, 700,000 is 2% of the total budget, and it's an increase of 24% from the previous year. With regards to the 24%, I believe the amount budgeted in the previous budget took into consideration the COVID pandemic and maybe a slowdown in operations, and therefore the amount was 565,000 in the budget of 2021-22, 350. So now we're projecting now we're allocating 700,000 in the upcoming budget, a more realistic budget with a number of projects and activities that the city is involved in. We also have a non-departmental cost center, and there is only, the only transactions in this fund are.
I apologize. Could we go back really quickly? I was curious. I was looking at on the legal fund on our expenditures there. And, I noticed in the 2021, 2022, we had budgeted 565 in the original final budget. And now we're ending at almost $1 million on the legal side. Could we, I don't know, maybe speak a little bit about what was driving some of those costs over the last couple of years and why we're expecting that to, for the next biennium to be higher than the previous biennium's first budget?
Yeah. So the city has a really active, aggressive agenda on things, whether it's tenant protections or other issues, and those take a lot of legal support, whether it's developing those policies or defending them. We're up against, we have, an ongoing lawsuit right now. And there's just been a lot of requests for legal support from various departments, more than usual. We're gonna have to be disciplined to get this number back down to 700,000. And we're gonna be implementing some measures to really make that stay within budget next year, so.
Thank you.
Next, we have the non-departmental cost center, as I was saying, that is only used for transfers to other funds, such as the street fund and then we have for the Public Works Shop Fund, a transfer for debt service, 92,000 actually, out of a total allocation in this preliminary budget of $1.9 million. Coming from water sewer franchise fees that come into the general fund are being transferred to the street fund for their operations. And then 831,000 used from the general fund resources. The percent of the total budget is 6%. And that is a decrease from the number in the 21-22 budget by 38%. That's because the 21-22 budget included $1 million transferred to the strategic fund, as well as low interfund loan to the Public Works Shop Fund. Those are no longer in the 23-24 budget, and therefore the decline of 38%.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
I'm following along in the hard copy as we go through this. And are we going to talk about the DEIA at a different point? That was kind of next in the book. It's HR. Oh, is that within the HR? Because that's okay.
Yes, that's
never
coming
mind.
up.
Okay.
Okay, next.
So as you can see, the areas of responsibility for human resources are talent acquisition and career development and succession planning, employee relations, which involves coaching, counseling, employee events. We have our employee benefits and compensation, policy and procedure,
employee safety culture like workers' compensation. And we can't emphasize it enough. We have employee relations in there twice. DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So that all falls under human resources area of responsibilities. As you can see, we have our total 2023 to 2024 budget at 510,304. The percent of the general fund is at 2% and an increase of 158%. So as you know, the human resources budgeted was initially living in finance and administration in the 2021 to 2022 budget. And we have a total of 1 FTE in HR. Next slide, please. Highlights and changes. The city's first human resources manager was hired during the pandemic, and the department was able to adjust and pivot to assist the employees with accommodations, listening to and meeting their needs throughout the pandemic. For instance, we had a mental health workshop and we had resources offered during the pandemic through NAMI resources through Barbie Collins Young. We had a successful transition of staff back to city offices and implemented the wellness floating holiday and implemented the teleworking policy. Moving to DEIA, while partnering with our consultant, Shannon Kelly Ray Consulting, and partnering with City Council in the recruitment of the DEI task force that has now evolved into the DEIA Advisory Committee. We conducted an organization-wide gap analysis, interviews, several surveys combined with the contributions from city staff, the DEI task force, City Council to help develop and shape the DEIA policy. We're looking to adopt the DEIA policy this coming November, which leads to the creation of our DEI strategic initiative. It's a 5-year plan, and also looking to implement DEI annual training for current staff and future new hires. Any questions?
Councilor Shubnik.
Thanks. Can you help me understand the difference between the two tables on 119 and 120? They both talk about FTEs, and neither of them are the 3 that I think was mentioned that's in the finance and administration department. So I'm just trying to like put the pieces together. Yeah, there's 119, there's a table that's got like 246, and then 120 has just the 1.
Those are positions filled.
Yeah.
That
Right.
HR is hiring for the city. Those are their goals. So they're
Right.
projecting they'll be hiring 6 people citywide as an HR department.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, not within the department.
No.
Never mind.
That
Okay.
would be mighty ambitious.
Sorry about that. I know it didn't make a lot of sense. Okay,
No
that makes
worries.
a lot of sense.
You didn't know she was an empire builder, did you?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh,
I have one question about the DEI and accessibility planning. I don't really see council training and continuing education in there in this area. We do see staff, but I don't see council.
I would actually I would include council as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And if I could also point out one more thing is we do continue to retain the DEIA consultant, Shannon Kelly Ray. We're learning that, you know, this is a path of learning that we're on, right? We really do need that expertise. Leonora is good at what she does. She's good at coordinating and bringing things together, but she's actually not a subject matter expert. And that's right. I mean,
Correct,
that's
yes.
that's not a dig on you or anything.
No slam at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're a subject matter expert on HR, but we still need that subject matter expertise. And so you'll see some funding in the budget for continuing Shannon Kelly Ray's services.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we'll move on to public safety.
Now it's on. Okay. Good evening. So as already has been discussed, obviously the police services contract you see on the first bullet there is the large driver of this cost for the public safety sector. We're going to continue to contract with the sheriff's office, continue to provide the same 24/7 services with the existing staff that we have, the same FTEs. Fortunately, those costs, as you already know, went up substantially, are anticipated to go up substantially, which is a bit abnormal. There's a number of things that drove those costs up, most of them out of our control, primarily risk management and large lawsuits that were driving up the liability costs for policing around the country. So that is a large part of it, as well as just increased labor costs and eventually our body-worn camera program. So that's why that there was a large increase this year, but that is abnormal. If we look at the 10-year history of the Kenmore contracting with the sheriff's office, it's about a 2.4% annual increase each year over that 10 years. So this large spike is highly abnormal. So we're going from 2.4 to the neighborhood of closer to 14%. So abnormal and hopefully something that will go away eventually. We'll continue to contract with SCORE, the jail that we use for misdemeanor bookings in Des Moines. Continue to contract with the sheriff's office, I'm sorry, with King County District Court for court services, and use likely continue using the same prosecutor and public defenders that we have been using for a number of years. We discussed that large increase. The jail costs we've managed to keep down during my time here, primarily due to the pandemic, as well as just adjusting who we're booking in the jail and being wise with our how we're purchasing those beds at the jail, and being a little bit wiser with how we're pre-purchasing them, and that helps lower our costs.
Chief is kind of underselling this a little bit. He has saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars on our jail budget by watching it carefully and managing how much beds we prepay for. And like I said, managing the bookings and all those things. So really big improvement in our budget thanks to Chief's management of it. He's probably actually earning his own keep a little bit. So yeah, thank you.
Jail services, right?
Jail services, yes. The rest of the expenses outside of the police services contract are fairly minimal relative to those large costs. The ongoing equipment purchases and equipment replacements are quite honestly pebbles in relation to the larger labor costs. Do you want to talk about?
So we also included here what was formerly Radar. We're now calling it the Regional Crisis Response Program, which is our community-oriented policing efforts, and a new community court program will roll out in 2023. We're excited about that.
And there's like I said, a small amount of funds for the continued community-oriented policing that we've done in the past and continue to do with National Night Out and other community events that we'll continue to partake in. We're adding the photo enforcement program this coming fall or into the winter. That's a large undertaking on our part. We have to approve each one of those infractions. We're going to do it with our existing staff, and we're going to do it within the parameters being set by state law. And so we'll be handling all that without any additional costs for the time being. So that's a bit of a new thing for us, but we're going to be managing that here shortly.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Just a little question. And I don't know whether this would be saving money or just saving time, but I remember we did talk about potentially working with Kirkland Jail for misdemeanors rather than SCORE, since SCORE is so far away. And I think the original discussion was, well, it's new, they're still getting their feet wet. Where is that now?
So there are some other cities that I know Woodinville is now contracting with Kirkland for their jail services. I believe they're requiring that they also use their courts though as well. So it kind of goes hand in hand. The courts and the jails have to work so closely that it makes sense for them to be contracting together. We've looked at Snohomish County again, where we did book years ago. They've gotten back into the contracting business again, but most of the cities here in the north end are still continuing to use SCORE for a number of reasons. There is some cost savings going there, but it's not substantial enough at this point. Switch to, but we've been very happy with SCORE. I'd say the only downside is the distance. Everything else, they're very good to work with, and they take good care of the people who book there, and they take good care of us from just a customer service perspective. So, but it is something we continue to look at, though.
Reading between the lines a little bit, I think Chief is very happy with SCORE's management as opposed to. He's looking at me like, never mind. Sorry. Hey, one thing that I'm really excited about is the new body worn camera program. That is part of the cost increase. The sheriff's office told me last week that it's going to be about 1.5% of the total police contract budget. So that's in the $45,000 range that it's going to be costing for body worn cameras. So it's something that is being implemented mandatorily on us, but I'm actually glad that it's coming. And they're going to phase it in over the course of 2023, and we probably won't be at the beginning of that phase, and we'll probably be closer to the end of 2023.
I'd say that's probably best case scenario, the end of 2023, just due to rolling out the program. Right now, the contract for our guild, guild contract is out for vote, which includes that, and is we should know a result here this week. So there's a number of things that are going into the body worn camera program, and that's just among them is the labor issues as well as the costs, and like everything else, supply chain issues, and it's a lot of cameras to roll out at once. So I'd say by the end of next year, we likely will have them.
Councilmember Kugler.
It's been a while since I think we talked about this contract. So I just have a couple of questions. If you can just jog my memory about how the contract is negotiated and like the timing and frequency. So is it my understanding is like it's negotiated on I don't remember on what timeline. Is it for 2 years?
Are you talking our labor contract or the?
No, the King County.
With the sheriff's office.
Yeah, with the
contract.
sheriff's office.
So I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a negotiation. The costs are the costs, and they're passed on to each. They're basically split up among the cities. Like I said, the annual increases over the last 10 years has been very steady and very low. And I think they've done a very good job at finding ways to keep the costs at a reasonable level for each of the contract cities, because it behooves everyone to keep the contract cities happy and the costs minimal. Obviously, this coming year being the outlier, which unfortunately there's that huge spike. It is annual that they update the costs and come up with a proposed cost book in which they tell the financing department what the costs are likely going to be based on their projections.
Okay.
It is annual.
And then does this also include labor?
Yes.
Okay. And were there substantial increases in that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's that large increase, that large spike is a combination of the risk management liability insurance increases, as well as labor costs and the body worn camera program. So
Okay.
It's really those three things are the big drivers.
Okay, thank you.
Back to the contract costs, if I may. So the city managers meet bi-monthly to talk about the police contract. So there's about 13 city managers that get together. And then also the finance directors also meet on a similar schedule to talk about the costs. And one thing that hasn't been done in quite a while is a real deep dive in how the costs are allocated across the cities, including things like overhead charges. And so the contract cities have really been pushing for a closer look at that. And so they have conducted a request for proposals. The county, jointly with the contract cities, have conducted a request for proposals for a consultant to do that deep dive. And that they're about to select a consultant, and that consultant will do much of their work over the next year or so, and then come back and have some recommendations on how the costs are allocated and making sure that they're fairly allocated and that we're not paying too much in overhead. Or hopefully the answer is not that we're not paying enough. So that's just a little bit of a get what you ask for type of scenario, or careful what you ask for type of scenario, because it could go either way for us. But we do notice that a big portion of what we pay to the sheriff is overhead charges to the county. So I really want to unpack that, and the consultant will help us do that.
Councilmember Marshall.
Chief Moen, do you have any specifics on the increase in insurance costs, like how much premiums have gone up, or I mean, specific amounts for it? If you don't tonight, that's fine. I'd totally love to get back to you on it, or for you to get back to me on it. But any specifics, and then what do you see as the difference between risk management and insurance cost? What is that difference?
So when I say insurance costs increase, I'm not referring to health insurance. That those would be, I'd group that into labor. These are costs that the sheriff's office pays per officer for risk management, for the liability insurance. And that's where we saw the giant jump. And I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I think I want to say it quadrupled. Is that fair to say? I can get you the exact numbers, but they went up a lot. Yeah, absolutely.
Just like the cities increased by 16%, 265,000. They're experiencing the same situation.
Councilmember Baker.
What is our gross property tax revenue?
Property tax we received in 21, 5,347,000.
So our police services contract is now twice our property tax revenue?
Our contract, we budgeted. We budgeted 4,155,000 for 2023 and 4,400,000 in 2024.
Thank you.
If you look at all of public safety, it's closer to that 5 million. So if you look at prosecutor and public defender and things like that, and court, you're closer to matching up with property tax.
Yes, if we're talking about the full department, all cost of 4.7 million and almost 5 million in 2024. Questions? Thank you. Moving on, we have development services.
Good evening. So I'm Samantha Ɂ'ax, Development Services Director. Development Services is responsible for the oversight of development throughout the city by way of review, issuance, inspection of permits, and land use decisions. Development Services also includes code enforcement to address code violations. Development Services plays an essential role in putting comprehensive plans into action by implementing code requirements and providing efficient and reliable permitting services. Kenmore's built environment slowly transforms as the city gets closer to realizing the goals set forth in the comprehensive plans. At the center of the department is a genuine and firm commitment to providing excellent customer service to the community. This includes our current community members like residents, developers, business owners, etc., as well as as well as future community members. Development services staff are welcoming, inclusive, kind, fair, and efficient. While the department has many functions, the 6 key functions are pre-application meetings to talk about development proposals, feasibility, permit intake and management that is accessible, consistent, predictable, permit review that analyzes projects for compliance with codes, regulations, environmental protections, safety standards, and best management practices, construction inspections, monitoring and reporting, and code compliance. The proposed increase in the budget is 18%. Largely, a large portion of that is the 2 new staff members, one of which is a 25 hours per week, a permit specialist, and the other is a full-time construction inspector.
Quick question.
Mhm.
Sorry. Do you have any idea what percentage of the new FTEs will be covered through revenues that your department generates?
Well, I can tell you that the cost for the new positions in development services total for the biennium 440,000, and development revenues are projected at $2.3 million for the biennium. However, it all goes into the general fund and.
Councilmember Kukler?
Ms. Ła'ax, thank you so much for presenting this. I have a question about the 2 positions. Are they brand new? Are they do we have those existing positions, but the workload is too great for the current staffing levels, or are they new functions?
So the permit specialist position would be new. We currently have 1 permit coordinator who has been overwhelmed with just the amount of work that we have in our department, and that has been consistent for years. So ideally, we wanted a full-time person because we definitely have the workload. But because of budget, we're doing 25 hours for that position. The other position is a construction inspector. And so that is currently being fulfilled by a contract with an inspection agency. And that's for inspecting infrastructure improvements like roads and drainage that are built that eventually the city will take ownership of. So those inspections right now we have under contract, and this year the city is expected to spend over $125,000 on that contract.
Councilor Shrubnik?
I had a similar question, and it was really just on the inspection position, the construction inspector. I understand that the contract was, 100, 120, but that's with no strings attached. And I guess are we really going to be actually saving by having an in-house person that we have an ongoing commitment to? I guess that would be my concern.
So the services that we receive right now are essentially part-time. It is convenient that we can have them when we need them, but the work that we have right now is actually just with what they're doing for us. We have another position that is also doing some of the inspections. And so we have our engineer or development review engineer taking time away from plan review to go supplement those inspections. And that's been happening for years also.
Councilmember Baker?
Councilmember Baker, your microphone.
I'll remember eventually. Whereabouts is that Beechwood 2 complex located?
Beechwood 2 is located near 522 and 83rd.
Okay. The Kenmore Urban, the 38-unit townhome with the old Caps Club, has that been permitted yet?
They've received land use approval, so they're vested. They don't have building permits.
How does that property size compare to where we are putting the 100-unit Plymouth housing project?
That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I mean, I think that the Caps Club is probably larger.
Okay. I guess I'm just concerned with what we were trying to accomplish with development but this is not the time to talk about that. So thank you.
Okay, so that was perfect. Upcoming projects that are the large projects are the 276 unit condominium project at the old Murphy's auction. That's called 25 Degrees. Currently, they purchased most of the property. There's still a small portion that is still owned by Murphy's. And then that will be purchased in approximately 2 years is what the developer is saying. And they're doing that in order to phase out the development and clean up contamination there that was on the site. So they need time to do that. There's also Beechwood 2 is a 55 unit apartment complex. Kenmore Urban is a 38 unit townhome development. And then we're assisting with Plymouth Housing, which is 100 affordable units. And there are also many single family residential short plots. So you have short plots would be 9 lots or less. Very common is 2 lots, 3 lots, 4 lots, 5 lots. And then we have a few other smaller townhome projects as well. So as I mentioned, the 2 positions are to meet the existing workload demands of the department. So it's not something new. These changes will result in the 2 positions. Actually, 2 positions will be reclassified to senior positions because the permit specialist will report to the senior permit coordinator and the construction inspector will report to our development review engineer. And then the administrative assistant would be reclassified to administrative specialist, just based on the duties that she already performs being at that level. Those are the changes and highlights for development services. Any questions?
With that, this concludes the first presentation for the 2023-24 biennial budget. We have scheduled additional presentations on October 17 and 24. We'll go over additional divisions within the general fund, other funds, capital funds, etc. And then that will be followed by public hearings in November. And again, hopefully adoption by November 21st. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Just a little question on page 84. Now that we've gone through some of these funds, sorry, this is the personnel summary, and I know we're increasing FTEs. I know I'm perseverating on the FTE piece. It's going from 46 to 53, which is an increase of 7, but I think we're actually increasing by 9 or 8.1, depending on what table I'm looking at. And I'm just wondering if the difference is the ARPA positions? No, because those are not changing. So I'm just wondering why this kind of doesn't line up. And we don't have to have an answer tonight. I mean, it'd be great to get all the pieces to line up together at some point.
Okay, well, yes, I'll try to reconcile that again. I know that I have here on this listing, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 9 point something in total for all funds. Yes. Well, I'll reconcile this to the positions, yes. Any other questions?
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week. Next on the agenda, is staff report. First item is Government 101 Civic Engagement Courses presented by Communications Specialist Lauren Homiak and Assistant to the City Manager Garrett Oppenheim.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Lauren Homiak is not feeling well tonight, so you guys just get me for this one. But for the last few months, Lauren and I have been developing the Civics 101 project. One of the first things that we did was to set some project goals, which you can see here on this slide. Those are to guide our work in this project. As you can see, our first goal is to educate the public as to the city's functions and services. Second is to entertain our viewers because we want to make sure people have an added incentive to keep watching. We also hope this series can become part of high school civics curriculum. So we want to teach students what it means to be civics minded. Excuse me, I just hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. We want to teach students what it means to be civics minded. We want to inspire people to become engaged and involved in their local community. And then we also want to focus on information that will alleviate staff work by answering common questions and modernize these courses for the digital age. For the overall theme of the series, we settled on a Twilight Zone style parody, sort of. It's called the Kenmore Zone, and it's a big part of what allows us to make these entertaining. The Twilight Zone theme lets us introduce characters who are interacting with their city government in ways that might seem threatening or intimidating, and then show that here in Kenmore, we have processes in place that make interacting with the city simple and pain-free. Lauren and I have been involved in the series all along. Ever since the initial planning stages through to the filming. Nathan Dills was our communications intern this summer, and he was also intimately involved with our work, and he's still available to work with us as an editor on the project occasionally. Additionally, we've brought on 2 Inglemoor High School students as actors. Carrie Trott and Bren Bartle are the co-captains of the improv team at Inglemoor, and they've brought great creativity and spark to the project.
And if you want to see them perform, that's this Friday at 7 o'clock at the Inglemoor High School Theater.
Thank you. And we're going to get to see them perform in just a minute here too, so you guys can get a sneak peek of what's coming to you on Friday. In terms of the medium of delivery to Kenmore residents, we're going to use a web platform called Thinkific to host the entire curriculum. It's free to the city to use, and it allows us to use different types of media and materials to create course topics, so we can include PowerPoints and quizzes in addition to the videos. Residents who wish to earn certificates will be able to sign up for a free account that will track their progress as they watch the videos and any other course materials that we include. And so without any further ado, I have a little clip to give you guys a sneak peek at what we've been up to and a feel for what the curriculum will look like.
Yeah, I I didn't actually order a shipment of bubble gum. You're gonna have to probably recall that. I got an appointment on Wednesday for that. Hold the door, hold the door.
Can we go down?
Sorry, yeah,
Which level?
yeah, down to the parking garage, that should be good. So you're new here, right?
Yeah, I moved in a couple weeks ago.
I know Kenmore pretty well. You want me to show you around, take you for a tour?
Thanks, it's been a long day and I have this and streaming services.
Meet Jesse Carmichael, newly arrived in town after moving across the country to take a new job. In their old home, Jesse became accustomed to a life indoors, a life spent in front of screens. But Jesse's no longer in their old home, because their move has brought them to the Kenmore Zone. It is the middle ground between the interstate and the lake, between Lake Forest Park and Bothell, and it lies between downtown Seattle and the east side. This is the dimension of Kenmore.
Come on, it's a beautiful sunny day outside. Kenmore's got a ton of beautiful parks. Let's go!
Okay.
Yes! Yeah, I've got a great park in mind. Come on, let's go.
All right, but I have to be home by 11 space, trying to get with Elon Musk.
Okay.
And so after that, we're going to go on a tour of some of the parks here in Kenmore, and then there will be many videos on many other topics. We've already shot some other material, and we hope to have that ready by the middle of 2023. If you have any questions now, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions? Councilmember Shrubnik?
That was fun.
Thank you.
I think it's more economic development than civic engagement, but but actually, frankly, I don't remember. I mean, maybe we did vote for this. I remember voting to explore what it would be, but I guess I'm curious what the budget is and what the scope is and what the audience is, because an audience of students, does that mean in the classroom? If so, how is that being worked with the school district? If it's not in the classroom, why would they drive to this website or whatever it's going to be on in a platform? Same with the public. I mean, obviously we get the public to be engaged when there's an issue that engages them, like tonight and the last few weeks on missing middle. I guess I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish on this, but it is very cute.
Well, thank you for that. I think there were a couple of questions there. I think you're right that one of the audiences is high school students. We haven't reached out to the school district yet, but we have gotten information about the civics teachers at the high school. So we are hoping to reach out to them soon and gauge their interest in making this part of the curriculum. These are pretty common courses in other cities in the area. A lot of cities do it in person. This is the hope here is to only have to expend money one time, and then it can live online for years for people to be able to watch. I will say that I've watched some of those videos that other cities put online, and they're just talking heads. They're usually very boring. They're like an hour-and-a-half lecture. We're trying to keep these very short, 3 to 5 minutes to keep the audience engaged. I mean, we have a lot of people who engage in public comment and such in the city council meetings. I think that people like that would definitely be part of the audience. I think that just general people in the public, letting them know how the city works. One thing that we want to do is some of these videos, we can put them on the website independent of the curriculum, and they can be used to answer questions that people have about topics, for instance, like how to get a permit or how to make a service request and things like that. In terms of the budget, we've spent almost nothing so far. I think we spent less than $200 on this at this point.
Well, can I add to the budget question? So it's mostly staff time of existing staff. The main cost is the cost of the 2 high school interns, and they'll be several hours a week for the next few weeks. Is that fair? A few months?
I think probably even less than that. We're generally spending about 90 minutes a week with them. So, and there's no more time than that with them.
Councilor File?
Thank you. This looks like fun, but I do have just a little safety request just for like a disclaimer. Normally, we don't recommend people just leave with strangers. And given that abductions and trafficking of children, teens, and even adults is high throughout the Puget Sound area, I would think that including a safety disclaimer might be smart. Maybe I'm being over cautious, but we're seeing a lot of even social media advertisements about this sort of thing now.
Thank you. That is good advice. We'll take that into account.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, American Rescue Plan Act update presented by Assistant to the City Manager Garrett Oppenheim and Management Analyst Jana Quinn.
Thank you. So Janet and I officially started our new positions working in the ARPA program on August 8th. And in fact, Janet has still been working in engineering and her replacement only started today. But in the last 2 months, we've made progress and continuing to develop the 4 programs that you approved in May, and we're preparing them to be ready to implement. So now we're going to summarize our progress with those 4, and I'm going to hand it over to Janet.
All right, thank you for, we're not going to be as entertaining as the video was, but we'll try to keep your interest. So we've divvied up the programs and the ones that we're in charge of, and mine are catch-up learning. I'll start with that one. We met with Dr. Tracy Malloy from the Northshore School District to get some insight into what they're seeing and who they're seeing the need most prevalently in. And we went into the meeting thinking that our target audience for the catch-up learning would be K through 12, like we had suggested in the Balancing Act prioritized tool. And what we heard from her was that actually they've never been in school. So it's not really catch-up learning for them. It's like just a new way of teaching them because they haven't had that exposure. But the ones that really need it are the middle schoolers through the high school students, and particularly the 10th through 12th graders because they have so little time before they exit the system. And it was just a new way of looking at it. So we really appreciate the insight that that we heard from the school district. So according to the final rule, any K through 12 student who lost access to in-person instruction is eligible for responsive services. So we're still thinking we'll target the less affluent population, but it is reassuring to know that we have a lot of flexibility in the way that we process it. And I think based on the conversation that we had with the school with Tracy Malloy, we are thinking that we'll partner with the Northshore School District because they're the content experts, they're the teachers, they know what their students need. What we are also hearing though right now is that the burnout is pretty high right at this moment in time. So we're not sure when teachers might be willing to engage in extracurricular activities, but we're hoping to keep that in the conversation. Our current thinking for timeline is 2023. Garrett and I were just talking the other day that perhaps summer is a really good time for catch-up learning to give teachers an opportunity to earn a little extra money and also not have the pressure of during the school year, but we're not locked into anything yet. So to be determined on that. And then business assistance, we have 185,000, as you heard from Garrett. We at Summerfest, we went and talked to all of the businesses that were represented there from Kenmore. And then we've also been talking to the KBA, the Kenmore Business Alliance, and just hearing their stories about what they've been through during the pandemic and how they've been impacted, and learning from their stories and learning more about what we might want to do with the funds. We don't really have a framework yet because we are still in the early processes of building this, but Garrett and I feel urgency, as you probably all do as well, even though businesses have reported that they are starting to recover from the pandemic. We feel like the best time to get money to them is now. And so as Garrett said, I'm delighted to say that I have a replacement that I'm training for my old job. And I'll be able to spend more time thinking about this and building this program. So it's kind of where we are right now, but we hope to roll out an application for this in early 2023.
And we also have the homelessness response pilot program. Right now, this project probably has the most momentum behind it. We've set the project goals to find a partner to engage in outreach with the homeless and at-risk homelessness community and connect that community with resources to provide housing and stabilizing services. We have an early draft of the RFP that we're currently working on, and the plan is to have that go live on Monday, October 31st, with submittals due later in November. And we hope to have a contract in place by the second week of the new year. And additionally, we have the $250,000 in human services funding, which is above and beyond the human services funding that was passed tonight that Anastasia was talking about earlier. The focus of this program is going to be mental and behavioral health, which is what the ARPA final rule said that you can use this sort of these resources for. We've talked to one provider to get a better feel for what the need is and what services can be provided. And we recently learned about a program Bothell is running to get counseling for their residents. We're going to be exploring the specifics around that and how successful it's been as we continue developing this program. Finally, we still have some unallocated ARPA resources. And we did hear from our residents in the Balancing Act prioritized tool earlier this year. So we're still exploring other ideas, possibly around parks or other outdoor activities. And we plan to bring another possible program forth sometime early to the middle of next year.
Councilor Shrevenick?
Yeah, back to the 250 for behavioral health, I think it is. I remember I raised, was there a way to look at Evergreen and what they could provide in terms of integrated care? So I'm just wondering if those conversations have moved forward. I mean, that would be kind of the logical place, and it reduces stigma when it's within a primary care clinic. There's some good reasons to think about it in the context of regular health care, if there's a way to do that.
We have not been in touch with them yet, but we'll reach out.
Councilor File?
Thank you. And this is also in regards to mental health care. I believe that Evergreen doesn't have mental health care services. Of course, it's been a conversation in the past when their commissioners were here. Yet there are opportunities to work with master's students to provide healthcare and counseling services with like Best Year. I know that they expressed an interest in the past. It would be a good opportunity for partnership. They do have to provide a certain amount of hours in service to community, and this would be a good way to do that, in my opinion. Let alone our other colleges, possible partnerships with the University of Washington. I think those are the resources we could look to that could be fruitful. In addition to what Bothell's doing. Thank you.
I will say that, sorry, if you don't mind. I will say that we are continuing to have conversations with UW Bothell, that we have a good relationship with them, and they have expressed some interest in various aspects of the program that we're talking about. So.
Councilor Kugler?
Thank you. I had some thoughts on the catch-up learning. I think that's great that you met with Northshore School District. It might be good also to talk to some of the local colleges that we do have relationships with, because I can say from my experience, we are seeing some of that, particularly with math ability, socializing, and I think it makes a lot of sense to work with, our local schools and teachers. But there are also a lot of really great online resources available nowadays too. OutSchool is a really great one. There are a lot of teachers that teach online through there. So I might just encourage maybe staff to look at some other alternatives too. I think maybe job preparation might be really good also for like juniors and seniors looking to find work and who are not going to college. And then I was curious about the unused funds. How much is remaining? Can you give me just a ballpark?
I think it's about 600,000 or 700,000.
that everything?
That is everything we have.
All right, I'm not seeing any more hands. Councilmember reports and comments. Councilmember Baker.
Councilmember Baker, your microphone.
I'm a slow learner. What can I say? And I am a slow learner. I will be addressing Arch on Wednesday for their 30-year anniversary, and I will be speaking. Also, we are elected by the public to use our best judgment and make hard decisions. But we're also elected to listen to the public that elected us. And I would like to make a motion to slow down the rezoning of the community and look at what the Planning Commission recommended to us. Give that a better look. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Got a motion, a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Shrubnik?
I believe that is exactly what's on the agenda for next week. So I'll be voting in that direction when we get to that on the agenda.
I didn't see the slow it down was on the agenda for next week.
Councilmember File?
Thank you. I do believe we consider both Planning Commission and other considerations at the next meeting. So I think a motion to consider slowing it down is a little not copacetic with the issue, yet I do understand the reasoning why we might want to slow down and take a little bit longer look. But I believe the last vote we had on this issue was to wait until October 17th. This was a majority vote of the council, by the way, to wait till the 17th to consider whether or not to extend then. I would support extending this discussion a little bit longer.
Councilmember Marshall?
I'm all in favor of slowing it down. I think we could slow it down and then also hear the presentation next week.
Yeah, I think we already have this on our agenda for next week, so I don't quite understand the thrust of the motion in that context of that we're going to be discussing next week, and we can just have that discussion next week. I don't know. It just feels a lot of place. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
On the motion to slow down the rezoning of the community and look at what the Planning Commission recommended to us and give that a better look. Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I have no idea what the motion is. Sorry.
I have the
I mean,
motion.
I heard what it is, but I have no idea what the time frame is. Does it mean we're not discussing it next week? I have no idea what it is. So I guess I'm going to abstain.
I don't think a vote tonight precludes us from discussing it next week.
Oh, then I can vote for it.
Assuming we're not actually changing any timelines tonight, sure.
And Mayor Herbig.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. Councilmember Marshall.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember File.
Yes, thank you. I was happy to attend the Kenmore Heritage Society's photo contest award recipients. It was a lovely event. We have some amazing, talented artists in our community, both novice and professional. It was really a joy to celebrate with them. I'll be attending a couple events later this week, and I can give an update on that later. It's Indigenous Peoples Day. And so I just wanted to give a reminder of what a great day this is, and we have so much still yet to learn about the histories and contributions of Indigenous people of our community surrounding area. And I think that I'll leave it there for tonight.
All right, I have nothing more to add, so it's nothing, yeah, Councilmember Marshall?
I'd be remiss if I didn't make a urgent motion to ask that we ordain that it rain. Do I get consensus on that?
I think we're all in favor of a little bit of rain right by this point. I mean, heck, if it just make the smoke go away for a day, I'd be really happy. Anyway, with no further business coming before us, the Kenmore City Council stands adjourned.